crowd will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field, there's a towel. Bank of America, stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack, that's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun, staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding, pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Tober like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding.
What's up? It is Mock Draft Monday number 13. How we feeling today? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. If you want to get your hands on an intro like the one you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. Tell her Dara in the search bar for Instagram. You'll find her. And I think she did amazing work. So, Lindara Ty on Instagram. All right. Let's get this rolling, shall we? Mock Draft Monday number 13, officially kicking off the month of April. And we're going to have a ton of mock draft streams up until the draft. And as you well know, I will be covering all 3 days of the draft. Starting on the Thursday of the 24th. So that is scheduled to begin at 7 p.m. on Thursday. Ladies and gentlemen, 7 p.m. Mark it down on your calendars. Be there. We're going to start cranking up about probably 6:30 in preparation for the draft. And to talk about who you guys think we should draft at number 8 at that point on April 24th. There are a few days I will not be available this month to do mock draft streams. But we will be doing today, the 7th, the 14th, and the 21st. All mock draft Mondays. And then once the draft is over, then we shift into Madden mode. So it'll be Madden Mondays from that point forward. Or Gaming Mondays. Whichever we decide we want to do. But we got 2 film breakdown videos to do today. And then we're going to get into mock drafts. If you would like to lock in for a mock draft today, here's what you're going to do. You're going to let me know in chat. You're going to let me know in the comment section. In any one of the Facebook posts and tag me in it. Okay? Either put it in chat or in the comment sections of my post for this live stream with my tag on it for today's stream. That way you are guaranteed to get a lock-in spot. Or PM me or DM me on Facebook or Instagram. That way you lock in your spot. Alright, so when you lock in your spot, you will be doing 7 whole rounds. That means you are sticking around for all 7 rounds. And if you're not around for a certain amount of time, I will pick that player for you. Or make that move for you. Alright? So, keep that in mind. We got to keep the content moving. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep it moving. We got to have time enough for multiple mocks. So once the month of April starts, and starting today, I'm going to be doing two or three of my own mock drafts today. And then I'm going to turn it over to you guys. I could do a viewer mock draft early if you guys want to lock in for one. But that depends on you. If you don't lock in for one, I'm going automatic mode. Because we got to keep the content moving. Alright? Just FYI, if you hear any background noise, that would be my roommate. So don't mind her. Let's just keep it rolling. Just focus on the content and let's get it going. Alright, so we have for today, and this was just released today, Bobby Brown's Film Room video with Dan Morgan. There was one other one as well, which I have watched. So I'm going to find that as well. And we're going to do a film breakdown, a reaction to that. Some of this does actually have NFL film on it, so I don't know how much I'm going to be able to get away with. So if you don't see it after the stream, on the VODs, you'll understand why. It's because it got copyrighted out. But we're going to try to do this. We're going to try to make this happen. It's only a 6-minute video, so should be easy. Alright. Morig as well. Morig was the other one. I've got two more announcements actually. The first is that we will be doing practices against the Cleveland Browns in training camp. That was just announced today. I don't know if that's official or not. I'd have to double check. But I saw it on one of the Facebook pages, so I want to double check that myself before I can officially confirm that. So for now, it's a rumor, okay? For now, it's a rumor until I can officially confirm it. Because I haven't seen it on 2 or 3 legitimate pages yet. So let's find out. You know, if anybody can confirm it, throw it in chat. I'll give you guys time to do that. But if you just see it on like one random Facebook page, you know, posted by some random person, that's not confirmation. It has to be 2 or 3 legitimate confirmed sources. And make sure you let me know which ones. And we're talking about Panthers main website. We're talking about Twitter/X. We're talking about ESPN. Okay. CBS Sports is another one. Okay. NFL Network. Any of those. If any of those actually confirm it, then it's happening. And if you're talking Twitter, they've got to have the blue check mark. The official blue check mark of a media person. You know, Adam Scheffler. You know, those types of people. So, if anybody confirms it, let me know. Alright? I need about 2 of those to confirm it. Officially. Alright, so let's get into... Oh, I got one more major thing. If anybody would be interested in watching me do a fantasy baseball draft tomorrow around 7, I could go live with that and just have a little bit of fun with that. If anybody's interested, let me know. Either throw it in chat, the comment section, you know, tag me in a post on Facebook, or DM me or PM me. Any of those 4 will work. I'll take it. But if I draw enough interest, I'll go live with it if I'm able to. It is on the let me double check that. Because I have a league on the Yahoo Sports app, and I have one on ESPN. So I gotta double check and make sure which one it is. It's Yahoo. Right. I'm gonna go ahead and add that to my calendar. But yeah. And we could either play games afterwards or do some mock drafting if you guys would prefer. Either way, after that baseball draft, if we go live tomorrow. That sounds like a fun time. I would like to do it if I'm able to. Let me see if I'm able to. Yahoo Fantasy. Fantasy baseball. Is it gonna let me sign in? I'm on that one, right? Prove I'm not a robot. Boom. Right. Sent a Let me just double check I'm able to do this. Because if I'm able to do this, that would be amazing. 133056. Alright. Cool. I'm in. Okay. 1-8. Cool. All right. Okay. It let me look at it. Okay, cool. Cool. So if I'm able to go, if I'm able to get in here on the main website, it should let me draft on here too. That's what's up. All right. Bet. Let's make this happen, man. So if I get enough interest in fantasy baseball draft tomorrow around 7, I'll go live with it, and you guys can watch. And we can either play video games afterwards, or do some mock drafting if you guys want. Whatever you guys want to do, let me know. All right. All right. So let's get to it, shall we? We got a couple of videos to react to, and then we'll get into some mock drafts. No. Yeah, let's do this. Alright, so this is Bobby Brown, alright? Film room, Dan Morgan. Let's go in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, this is a brand new one today.
You got the Brown brothers on the team now. I keep hearing everybody talk about. So talk to us a little bit about Bobby Brown. What stood out?
Yeah, I think first and foremost what stands out about him is how young he is. You know, he's 25 years old right now. You know, still growing, still developing. He's big. He's super long. I think he has 34 3/4 arm.
God dang. That's some big arms. That's a big boy right there. He's a physical tackler, too. I'll see that in the video. Very aggressive tackler. I like it.
He's just getting better and better every single year. And I think his best ball is in front of him and hopefully with us.
I mean, you partnering with some really, really good players, man. So with him being young, he'll be able to learn from DB. He'll be able to learn from Turk. And just what's the mindset going into this season?
On that side of the ball. All right. His standpoint is he wants to be physical on that side of the ball now. So With that being said, I'm excited about that because that means we're going to invest big money into people like that, and that means we're strengthening the line in the way that it should be strengthened. We had a horrible year of a lack of run defense last year and a lack of physicality. I like that mentality. Let's go.
Standpoint, who's out and dominating with their hands? Who's
Yeah.
out finishing plays? Because everything that we've watched from the players that we've seen so far, it's all about being physical, being instinctive, and being
Yeah.
aggressive. So
Yeah.
that's kind of what you looked at when
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
scouted these guys.
Yeah, I think you're kind of seeing a trend right now with the big, strong, physical, powerful type guys, and Bobby's no different. He
Hey. We got Broski back in the chat. Broski, where you been, bro? Hold up a minute. I gotta roast Broski for a minute. This dude's been here. Oh, we better have some fun now. Like you already know what's coming. You went ghost mode. And then you want to come in here talking about some Jonathan Brooks is a bust. Man, get the heck out of my chat with that garbage. Broski. This is why we love you up in here, man. You're an endless source of entertainment, man. I love you. he said something about the Panthers drafting another bum wide receiver or bum running back. Listen, man. When did XL become a bum? At what point did XL become a bum, bro? Last time I checked, he was catching touchdown passes the end of the year. Now, Brooks, I'll give you that one. Brooks, I told everybody I wanted us not to draft Brooks. I wanted us to stay away from Brooks. First of all, because I thought it was a trap. Because I didn't think we were going running back at all. We get to the draft, and I said, all right, you want a running back? You want to play around with the draft picks? All right, get the dude from Wisconsin. We choked on that one. Jets got him. And I guarantee you, if he was in Carolina instead of Brooks, watch what would have happened, man. Because those numbers would have tripled. For my dude. What was his name again? I forget his name. But he ended up in the New York Jets, and he ended up just sitting up there and wasting his rookie years. Man, his rookie contract out. That's a doggone shame, man. That's a doggone shame, because the Jets don't know what to do with him. We definitely know what to do with a running back like that. Put him in Carolina, put him in the black and blue, and watch him roll, man. He would have been sitting on the freaking sidelines for half a year. You know what I'm saying? Or 3/4 of a year with an ACL tear. Plus, we already knew this dude had an ACL tear history already. Like, it's another one of those Panthers moves that just makes no sense and makes you scratch your head like, what? I don't get it. Yeah, Braylon Allen. Thank you, our Poppy. Braylon Allen. That's the dude I wanted us to draft if we were going to go for a running back around that point. I did not want Brooks at all, knowing that ACL tear history. What did I say? Y'all had me on VOD. Locking this in. I said, no more injury-prone players. No more injury-prone players. Management, I'm trying to tell you. Y'all keep drafting these people, it's going to kill you. We're letting people like Broski Bear make fun of us, man, because of this garbage. And that's something we can't allow. We got to stop letting that happen, man. But yeah, Broski, man, what happened to the Bears last year? What happened to the Bears? What did they do again? Remind me? Same record as we had. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. And where's your quarterback at, too? Because last I checked, Bryce Young did a better job than your quarterback in the second half of the year. So, yeah. So, the Bears fell off so hard that even after that Washington game. Facts, man. And what did we do? We played the Chiefs to within 7 points. We played the Eagles to within 7 points. The Super Bowl champions. And we beat the Falcons by a good 14-point margin. In their own dome, which we haven't done in years. So, again, remind me what the Bears did? Yeah. You're going to come up in my chat talking about something Brooks is a bust. Man, if that's all you got, sit down somewhere. I've been waiting on that. I have been waiting on that. Oh, you just made my day, broski. You made my day. I love you for that. Thank you. All right.
He's a big man that can be disruptive with his size. You know, as you see here, you know, he's pushing the center into the backfield, disrupting the play, getting off the block, and making big plays. So,
that's the Seahawks center, too.
I think going back to what you said, like, we need to be more physical at the line of scrimmage. We gotta win the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball.
Yes.
And bringing guys like this in, it's going to help us accomplish that.
Yeah.
Yes. Finally, a GM that understands this. Finally. Oh. Oh. You know what I'm saying? Finally, a GM that understands this, man. Thank you. It took somebody that actually played for us in a Super Bowl to understand this, man. To run this at GM. But we're getting there. Yeah, y'all saw 5 wins last year, but we're going to improve on that. We're going to improve. Watch this. 2025 campaign, man. And it starts with the line.
In watching them play right here, it kind of reminds me of KK Short.
Yeah.
Yes.
KK, I mean, everybody knows who KK is. He was a
Oh.
dominant player for us. And just looking at his movement patterns, man, KK just jumps off the film to me right now and watching
Yeah.
Bobby.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, snap. That's a really interesting comparison right there. That's a really good one. Okay, TD. Okay, TD. I see it. I'm watching the film plays that you're watching right now, and I see it. I do. I do see a lot of similarities. He was a very physical tackler. He was a very mobile guy for his size. And he got the job done, you know. Very athletic.
It's exciting to have him again with the age. You know, he's only going to get better. You know, and he's in the same room, to your point. Derek Brown, A'Shawn Robinson,
Ooh.
who he's been with before in L.A.
Now, go back on that play. Just, again, guys committing to not only doing their job, making the play, but really finishing it. That's what you
Yeah.
didn't see a lot of.
And what was the main mission that Dave Canellis preached on last year? Finishing. Y'all remember that, right?
Like, watch this finish.
Yep. Yeah, we need to establish the line of scrimmage, and with guys like this, with guys like Turk,
Attitude.
Did you hear what he just said? Establish the line of scrimmage with attitude. Amen. Amen, sir. Amen, sir. That's exactly what we need to do. Make it happen, Captain.
They have an attitude. Yeah, I think you see another example here, like big goal line play, him just using his big body and frame just to knock guys into the backfield and disrupt and make plays.
Yeah.
Physically dominate.
Yeah.
Physically dominate.
Mm.
Just disruptive. You want guys, and look at the
Having
emotion,
fun doing
man.
it
Look
too,
at the
man.
Excitement. That's
Yeah.
what you love, man. As a linebacker, having a D lineman in front of me that could not only keep
Love that
me safe,
energy.
but go make the play on his own, and then after the play is made, get up, finish, and then just have that dog mentality.
Yeah.
Today, not especially down in this zone right here.
Yeah.
This when you step up and you play your best. You hold teams to field goals and you take the ball away in the red zone. You're gonna win a football game.
No doubt.
Facts.
And the cool thing about Bobby too is like the versatility that he brings to the front. You know, he's going to be able to play the nose all the way out to 4-eye, 5 technique. So he's just has that body type. You know, the long arms, how strong he is. So
Okay.
versatility, as you know, is a big thing, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
Adds value, man.
Yeah, you know, I think right here, you know, there's an example of him using his length, you know, reading the block, reading the center on the snap, getting his hands inside, locking out, you know, seeing where the ball carrier went, disengaging and timing up to make that play. So, you know, he can make these type of plays, and I can see him making a lot of these for us next year.
One of
Yeah.
the things that I like in the film that we pulled is the fact that it's not just against any old player.
Right.
It's against
Yeah.
the Eagles line that we see these guys going out performing at a high level. And listen, just call a spade a spade. The Eagles have the best offensive line to me next to ours.
Yeah,
They
of
have the
course,
best
of
offensive
course.
line,
Right.
the best offensive line
Yeah.
in the NFL. And when you look at these guys being able to dominate the Eagles front, that really says a lot to me because I know how big these men are that the Eagles, I mean, Howie went out and that's what he focused on. Ginormous men,
Yeah.
but when you look at these guys, Bobby Brown putting his hand on dudes, snatching them, moving them, throwing them around, like, he didn't have enough of that.
No.
I cannot say.
That's technique, that's hands, that's footwork, that's all those things coming into focus right there. That's what these guys focus on during these practices, and they hone in on those skills. And the longer you're in the league, the better those skills are going to be. You know, once you've had 3, 4, 5 years to develop that, and you're going to turn into a monster if you stay focused, you know, and you get those honed in correctly. All right, so he's talking about physical tackling. He's talking about moving his hands. He's talking about hand placement. He's talking about wrapping them up, physically dragging them to the ground. That's what you want. That's what you want. That's a dog right there. That's a dog. Shout out Marcos Cash. He says, yo, yo, yo.
Say enough about watching
What
the
up, man?
Eagles last year, and I mean, it is what it is. You know, you lose Derrick Brown in the first game, so you're gonna have struggles whenever you lose a player
Yeah,
like Derrick
no
Brown.
doubt.
But,
Facts.
I mean,
We
as
gotta
the
win in the
season went on,
trenches.
yeah, no question.
Yeah.
But this right here allows us to not only win in the trenches. The guys that we're watching right
Yeah.
now, we want to
We
dominate.
can
the
dominate.
trenches.
Yeah. No doubt.
That's Dan. I see it. I see your vision.
I see the vision as well. I love what I saw right there. I think that Bobby Brown was an excellent pickup for all the reasons that TD just pointed out, and Dan as well. You know, and I'm very pleased with that pickup. We really need some physicality on that D line, and that's obviously what was lacking last year. You got to plug up those gaps. You got to make sure that these guys are physical on that line and win that line of scrimmage. We did not win the line of scrimmage a good chunk of that year, and it was obvious on tape. It was obvious when you were watching it live. We were not winning that line because we didn't have the physical people like Bobby Brown out there. You know, we lost Derrick Brown. You know, so obviously you're going to take a massive gap hit because this dude was your anchor on that D line. So once he goes down, everybody goes down. You know, in communication, in physicality, in motivation, in energy, everything. You know, so everybody's got to double down. They got to get back in there and get back on that horse. You know, and come back out and say, you know, we're not done yet. We got X amount of games to play. We got to come back out here and finish. You know, even if the record looks like it, what it looks like, we got to finish. You know, so shout out to Dan Morgan and shout out to the D-line for the toughness that they showed last year, even though that they still got ran over. You know, shout out to the determination of these guys, you know, because they still believe that if you could add a few pieces, we could turn this thing around. You know, and I believe that too. So, with it's going to be a total turnaround, just like the offensive line. We're going to invest in one guy like we did with J.C. Horn, and then we're going to start pushing that D-line. You know, we're going to get Derek Brown back. We're going to start establishing physicality, some technique, footwork, all of that is going to come into play. It won't be immediate, you know, at the start of the year. But once it starts to kick in, you'll know it. All right? You'll see the results of it. Just like the offensive line didn't immediately kick in, you know, after we got all the signings and stuff. That's okay. You know, we're not asking them to immediately kick in, you know, on day one. It would be nice, but, you know, we're not asking them to do that. We're asking them to establish that physical line. And then once you establish that physical line, do not break away from it. Do not deviate from it. You know, that's what we did with the offensive line. We put these guys together. We did not deviate once we got the connection we were looking for. Once we do that. You watch and see what I'm telling you. When we established the offensive line, look how clean that offense looked after we did that. TD just got through telling you, second best offensive line in the league. I think top 5, but still. Point is, top 5 out of 32 teams. So once we established that, we did not deviate from it. We kept going. And look at the results of what we had against KC. Look at the results of what we did against the Eagles defense. Look at the results of what we did against the Falcons defense. You know, and there were several moments even against teams that we lost to that we showed some dominance on the offensive line. So, I mean, that chemistry was still there. Even though we were battling some of the biggest dogs in the league, you know, on that D-lines. We still showed toughness. And I'm impressed. Because that's what we needed to do. You know. That was the goal. They did do a defensive line breakdown. I'm not feeling it right now. What is this one? Treshaun Wharton's tape. Okay. Let's do Treshaun Wharton's tape too. Yeah, I wasn't originally planning on doing that one, but let's do that too. TD's breaking it down for us, man. And I'm here for it. Let's go.
In trouble, down he goes. Treshaun Wharton.
All right, Dan, we're about to get ready to film of our newest free agent, Treshaun Wharton. Talk to us about some of the things that you saw that jumped out on the film with him.
Yeah, I think obviously the first thing you see with Turk is, you know, the way he plays the game 100%, you know, his motor's relentless, nonstop. You know, you see the quickness, the initial quickness, getting off the ball. He can work edges. He can win as a pass rusher. I think he had 9 sacks this year. So not only is he a good run defender that can get up and down the line of scrimmage, but he's also, you know, a pass rusher that can affect the pocket.
Excellent. That's what we needed. That's exactly what we needed. Hats off to Dan right there for finding this dude right here. This is exactly what we were looking for. Proud of you.
That's awesome, man. When you look at him right here, how is he compared to Chris Jones? When you went back and you watched the film, what were some of the things that stood out about him that you saw differently when you watch a guy like Chris Jones next to him?
Yeah, I think obviously, Chris Jones is one of the best, if not the best, interior D tackle in the NFL. So it's kind of hard to compare him to him. But at the same time, you watch Chris Jones, it's hard not to see Tershawn making plays on the other side. So, and it's not just him being singled up all the time. A lot of people want to say Chris Jones, is double teamed, so that's the only reason he's winning. But you still have to win those one-on-one matchups, which he does.
Absolutely, and he was double teamed on that play right there. When you watch it, he does a great job of utilizing his hands. Is what's standing out to me in watching this film right now.
No
Look
doubt.
at those
No doubt.
hands.
He's
Yeah.
compact, but he's powerful. He's got a really thick lower body, and he's strong and powerful. So those are just some of the things that we loved about him, and he's going to bring that to our defense here.
When you look at the
Let's just stop it right there. What other GM have you seen in the past 10 years that has talked like that? What other GM that has said those things when talking about a player? That's an intelligent GM right there. That's an intelligent man. He's got football intelligence because he played defense for a Super Bowl team. So obviously he's going to have that same intelligence and bring that to the GM spot. So, for everybody complaining about, oh, this team doesn't know how to build a defense and blah 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 blah. All right, let's settle down now. Yeah, y'all getting too emotional. This fan base gets too emotional sometimes. I'm trying to tell you. And I love y'all. I respect y'all. And I respect your opinions. But sometimes y'all get into your feelings too much. And you're like, well, this team sucks because we had a horrible, horrible defense, for the first time in like 10 years. Yeah, that might be true. But where do we start improving? See, that's where the conversation needs to continue. Yeah, y'all don't know. Y'all don't continue that conversation. All you want to do is trash on the defense, trash on this, trash on that, but y'all don't want to continue the conversation. That's my issue with people, man. Because I love y'all, man, but that's my pet peeve with some of y'all, man. Y'all don't know how to continue that conversation and say, how can we improve? Everybody look. It's easy to bash a player, man. It's easy to bash a player. But it's harder to say, how can that player improve? And to say it with love, man. And respect towards that player. You know what I'm saying? It's a bit more of a challenge. So, what I'm saying is, Dan Morgan is talking like a player that understands this stuff. Because he was a player. He was on this field. In a Super Bowl uniform. I'm just saying. Take it for what it's worth. And Thomas Davis knows that too, because you look at the two Super Bowlers right here in the same room. Two Super Bowlers. They might not have rings, but they darn sure should have rings. But you're talking about two very, very intelligent men sitting in the same room with each other. And Dan is leaning on Thomas Davis's knowledge. Think about that for a second. I suggested that. And look what's happening, man. Thank you, Dan. Very smart decision. And you haven't regretted it yet, have you, buddy? See? That's why you gotta listen to that advice, man, because your boy knows what he's talking about. He knows his franchise. He knows these players, man. Your boy knows this stuff. I appreciate you, Dan. And me and you are on the same wavelength, and I love it, man. I freaking love it. Let's go, man. Let's go.
The energy and the excitement that he plays with or that he brings to the field, that's one of the things that I'm really loving about this kid. What this defense was missing last year.
No doubt, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. You know, we've been out there. You know, it's about being out there. It's about being around the guys. It's about having fun. It's about celebrating each other. And you know, you see that about him on tape. He's always celebrating with his teammates, and you could just tell he loves ball.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Look at it.
There's that power.
Speed to power, man.
Yep.
Just being able to just constantly affect the quarterback, man.
Yeah, you know, I think if you look at him here, you know, he's, you know, at the 3 technique, you know, he gives the guard a little wiggle. You know, we call that a stutter bull, you know, to where he's just stuttering and then he's going right down the middle of this guy, walking him back in the pocket. Obviously moves the quarterback off the spot and affects the quarterback, which, you know, that's the number one thing you want. You know,
Excellent explanation.
You see him just being disruptive in the backfield.
Yep.
Great play recognition, great hustle on this play, man. Like, you gotta love a D tackle that's committed to doing things like that, man. It's gonna be exciting to watch him on the field this year.
You talk about the motor, you know, it's about guys running to the ball. You never know what's going to happen, right?
Absolutely.
Guy,
Exactly.
Like, trips the ball, he's there to recover it, or hey, guy cuts back, makes somebody miss, and he's there to clean up. So
And just a big guy moving, making bad things happen when you get to the ball carrier.
no doubt.
That's what you love as a
Yeah, and you got to finish the play. Finish the play. That's the biggest thing. And with players like that, you know, they go out and they finish the play. They don't just stay on the line. They finish the play.
defender.
Yeah, here he is right here. Just, again, upper body strength, you know, good balance, good
Yeah.
body control, staying on his feet and finishing the sack right
Hey,
there.
refusing to stay blocked, man.
Yep. That's what it's about. You know, I think with a lot of these guys, you know, that we added, you know, you'll see, you know, the strength at the point of attack. Obviously, our run defense wasn't where it needed to be last year, you know, and our pass rush. So he's gonna help. He's gonna help in both phases.
Look at that. Quick hands.
Super Bowl, you know, I thought was his best game of the year, and I felt like he had a dominant performance in that game where he just like he was all over the place. So
Hopefully he'll have a dominant performance in his next Super Bowl too then.
no doubt, no doubt, we got to get
Yeah.
back there and win one. Not a lot of D tackles can not only shed a guy, but then
watch
they
the
find
snap
the ball.
though. Like watch
Yeah.
the snap. Like as a coach, when you coaching this up and you see guys and you tell guys to separate from the end, go back to that play. Just watch at the end.
Yep.
Like how violent he is with that separation and that snap.
Ooh.
Mackay Becton, that
a
dude
big
is
man.
a ginormous dude,
big man.
man. And I don't think people
Yeah, he
really
is.
understand how big and how strong Mackay Becton is. And before him to just be able to just snap and throw him to the side like that,
Yep.
that
Yeah.
says a lot about what he brings to the table and what kind of energy and effort that he has as a
Yeah.
football player.
No doubt, and as we know too, like when
Good point out, TD. Good point out. He's exactly right.
you play your biggest and big games, you know, that's, I feel like that's what he does
Gotta
too. So
love
we
it.
need
Yeah.
You gotta love it, and especially against this offensive line. Once again, man.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. I'm excited, Demo.
Me too, man.
All right, so we got Rika DeWaddle. We got Patrick Jones coming as well. So we're going to get those videos reacted to as well during this mock draft season. But, yeah, let's do Trevon Moehrig. Let's do that one. And then we'll get to some mocks. Shout out Heat 3 says hot take Dolphins will make the playoffs. Maybe. Maybe. They might. Depends on what they do in this draft. You think they're going to have a good draft? If so, let me know what you think they're going to take. Alright, let's go. Let's hit it. Trevon Moehrig. This is the dude I'm most excited to have around here. This was the big signing right here. No doubt. This is the biggest one.
The blitz by Merrick. Coming off the edge, untouched. And torpedoes Stafford. 2nd and 2. Big time tackle by Trayvon Merrick. Brings him
Yeah.
down.
So next, then we're gonna move on to Trayvon Merrick.
Woo. Let me just run that back. I'm gonna cut the sound off, but just watch this tackle. That was disgusting. Woo. Boom. Oh my God.
Then we're gonna move on to Trayvon Merrick. Talk to us about what stood out to him.
Yeah, I think first and
That play right there stood out to me. God. We just getting started. This dude already impressing me.
foremost is his physicality. Not many safeties are willing to come up in the box. He's a strong wrap tackler, and he's just a playmaker. He's a guy that you can do a lot with. He can play deep. He can come up in the box and play and run support, or he can play deep and play coverage. So a lot of versatility there that we value on the defensive side of the ball, and we're obviously super excited about him, and he was a priority for us in free agency.
See, one of the things I love on this play is his sense of urgency. You see a lot of DBs, they get ready to come down into the box, they try to be cool, and then they just end up blocking themselves.
No
like
doubt.
a lot of DBs you see just run right into the tight end and just end up engaging and getting blocked, but he doesn't do that on this play.
Yep.
He goes to the ball carrier, and that's a huge component of what we were missing last year on their defense. But now, when you have a guy that's committed, okay, timing. Look at his timing on this play right
Ooh.
now. Sense of urgency, getting in the backfield, getting the ball carrier on the ground.
I'll see what TD's talking about with the timing. Look at that. That's incredible timing. Look how quick this is. For anybody that clocks this stuff, clock it real quick. Let me see what y'all clock it at. If this is running at full speed. Alright. 3, 2, 1, clock it.
Love that.
Yeah, and that's,
Two.
we
Two-
felt like that's one of the best
almost
things
3
he does,
seconds,
too,
man.
is come
3
down
seconds.
into the box, time
Ooh.
out, blitz, and he can
2.8.
really impact on the run game and the pass game. Up in the box when you blitz him. So
That's perfect.
I had 2.7, 2.8. What y'all have? What y'all clock him at? That's crazy.
yeah, he's a baller.
There ain't no way that they can account for him the way he just timed that up. That was
Facts.
great.
Yeah, and I think you'll see a time.
That's Thomas Davis telling you that. That's Thomas Davis telling you that. You know this man don't pull. No shenanigans. He comes straight at you with the truth. When this man says you can't account for that, you're not accounting for that. Period.
Time again that he's not afraid to play physical, and he's going to be physical on a down in and down out basis.
Look at the read.
Yeah,
Great timing. Taking on two guys and still making the tackle.
yeah, and that's that's what really stands out.
Beat a double team and had that play figured out.
Inflicting his
That's
will
wild.
on his opponents, and not many guys do this, especially from the safety position. So when you see it, it kind of excites you.
I remember
Yeah.
a former safety that used to come downhill and hit people.
That was
like
you
that
back at
time.
Georgia.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Right.
Afraid of the moment, man.
Right.
End up mixing it up, communicating.
Yep.
You see that stands out. That's something that
Ooh.
we definitely gotta have. And it can
God.
tackle.
yeah, the finish. Yeah. So he's going to bring. That's the other thing. It's just
The
gonna bring
finish on that tackle is
to our
crazy.
defense,
You
right?
talked about it. You talked about it in your presser last year. We needed some dogs on this defense. I feel like you went out and you got some dogs. So
Mhm.
great job.
Yeah, so again,
Oh,
you
yeah.
talk about playing in the post and then playing up in the box. So reading the quarterback here, breaking off the hash, and making a play with range to the sideline. So
Man, that was great range. Getting out of the middle of the field on a play.
And look at the release off of the hash mark, too. I want to point that out. This dude already knew where this ball was going. As soon as he saw the deep route start breaking off, he knew exactly where that ball was going. He looked. He didn't say anybody open. And the short routes, he read the quarterback's eyes, and he said, yeah, this is going deep. No. Right after the wide receiver. That's what you want to see right there. That's the safety we needed in our backfield right there, man.
play
No
action
doubt.
and being able to
And
disrupt.
look at the closing time, the closing speed to get in there and break that pass up. Y'all saw where he started out. Middle of the field. And this dude got there in that much time and broke that up. Saved the play. Prevented a big play from happening right there. 50 plus yards. That's big. That's something that could definitely help us.
Up this play. One of the things that you definitely hope that he's going to do moving forward is come away with this interception
Yeah.
on this play, which I'm pretty sure you see
Mm.
the reaction right there. He knew
Yeah.
he should have had that play right there. But at the end of the
Ooh. TJ saying they should have had a pick too. Okay. Yeah, I see it. I do see it. You already had a guy on him. Tight coverage. And he was coming over to get the pass break up. So, ball was in range. He's exactly right. He could have had the pick.
day for him to get out of the middle of the field, I think that really speaks to his athleticism, his awareness of what's going on, and being able to cover. Is this Tyreek?
Yeah, Tyreek.
Man, as a safety, he looked like a cornerback on this play.
No doubt. And that's the thing I remember about him in college. You know,
Ooh. Heat 3, you just mentioned the Dolphins. There you go. There's your Dolphins connection.
playing at TCU is he can take the ball away. So he's got great hands. He usually catches and capitalizes, on throws. Yeah, so this game really stood out against Tampa Bay, just in the slot against Mike Evans.
Look at
multiple
that
times
stop
it's
on
been
the
where,
screen.
He's taking it to Mike Evans, one of the best and most physical receivers in the NFL. So
Looking at talking that.
No
talking
kidding.
that talk.
One-on-one.
Say
that's
that.
what he does, man.
Listen, it just time and time again, you see him on film standing out, refusing to be blocked, and he's letting it loose. He's playing carefree, and when you know and understand what you are supposed to do and what you have to do, you can play 100 miles per hour, and that's what I'm seeing on his film. So
No doubt.
definitely loving this pick too.
Refusing to be blocked. And I feel like Thomas Davis was that in a lot of the plays that he did during his career. He was refusing to be blocked. So that's big right there. That is big. So, respect to Thomas Davis's insights here. I love it. Beautiful. Beautiful take here. Heat 3 asks, do you watch WWE? Not anymore. I did back then, but not anymore. Am I familiar with a few of the wrestlers in today's WWE? Yes, but do I watch it currently? No. Alright, so that is that's the film room stuff right there. Do we want to watch the Brant Tillis free agency one? Just to get an idea of who Brant Tillis is. Do we want to break that one down? What do y'all think? And also, I wanted to react to this too. Let's do this one first.
Back again for another.
Full 7th round mock draft reaction. Let's just see what they come up with. This is the draft ranking show. So let's see what they come up with. Shout out to you guys. You guys do excellent work. So, let's go. Let's continue though.
In the 2025 NFL Draft. I'm Cody Carpentier with the Draft Ranking Show. Every single morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, podcast and YouTube. You can go find it everywhere. Back-to-back days of mocks this week. We got my man Matty Kuhlman for the Bears. We're doing the Panthers today simply because, We're 30 days out. 8th overall this year in the draft. If you look at the team needs for
Mm-hmm.
the Carolina Panthers coming in, it's D-line, it's corner,
Mm-hmm.
it's edge.
Mm-hmm.
You could also add center into that conversation. I know they have Austin Corbett right now.
Nah, we're not putting center in there.
But they spent some money on offensive line. One of the highest paid offensive lines in football.
We put a tender on Cade Mays too.
You look at receiver a little bit. They got Adam Thielen back. I love Jalen Coker. I think you need something else, though, with Xavier Legette. It's too much injury risk with Legette. Quarterback.
Too much injury risk with Legette. Yeah. I can see that argument. All right, let's go.
Obviously got that dialed in with Bryce Young. Running back seems dialed. Brooks is going to be up for the majority of the year. Amani Bailey's on the roster. They just signed Rico Dowdle to back up Chuba Hubbard, who got a big contract. I think this draft is going to.
Let me say this as plainly and clear as I can. And I've said this about 100 times before on stream. And I'll say it again. Just because a player is... Stop equating the two. I'm trying to help y'all, man. Stop equating the two. They're not equated.
So we'll see what unfolds today. Let's click start. We're using the PFF mock draft simulator. And we miss out on Mason Graham. That was one of the names I was looking at. There's also a couple of edge rushers.
All right, let's look at this list. We got Travis Hunter with the Browns. I can see that. Ashton Gentry, Patriots. Abdul Carter, so the Jags. Mason Graham to the Raiders. And this is case in point why I was so concerned about these teams. The Browns, the Jags, and the Raiders in particular being ahead of us. This is why I was afraid of that Falcons win. Us getting that Falcons win. Because he's been in the top 6 of every single mock out there. We're not seeing Mason Graham. I'm trying to tell you, we're not. That's almost a guarantee. Unless a couple of these teams up here go quarterback hungry. Which they should go quarterback hungry, but they won't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not happening. So if for some miracle situation happens where we manage to get Mason Graham, that's the pick. No question. If he is still sitting on the board at 8, no question. Mason Graham is the guy. But I think we just signed our defensive tackle, and a defensive end. That allows us the opportunity to get Mason Graham, should we wish to get him, but also allows us to get one of those dogs from Georgia, man. So the play here is, if we see Mason Graham sitting there, that's an automatic pickup. And the chances of that are very, very low at this point. Because you got the Raiders that could pick him up, the Jags that could pick him up. Even the Browns could pick him up here at 2. So you got to be careful. So, and I mean, that's been in multiple mock drafts. All 3 of those teams. Which teams did I want us to focus on in week 7, 8, and 17? Which ones? 15, 16, 17, and 18 of the NFL season last year. Those were the ones I was heavily focused on, right? I told you. Look where Abdul Carter is. Bro, I'm trying to tell you. This is why you don't win meaningless games. Because that cost us 3 spots. 3 spots. We could have been sitting at 5. But we had to win that game. For some reason, we decided we had to get that Falcons win. So when it didn't matter anymore. But I'm 50-50 split on that because that Falcons win did do us a lot of good, man. It showed us in a positive light. It showed Bryce Young in a positive light. It showed this team is able to put up those points and do what they're supposed to do. You know, in order to get a win. On the road, in the dome. We can do it again. That's what that taught us. We can do it again. So, and with that level of talent. So you add in the free agency, you add in the draft, and look what happens next year once we finally get rolling. I'm just saying. Minus the injuries, you know, minus the referees, we should do pretty well, I think. And so there's at least 2 or 3 of these teams that are on our schedule next year that are staying stagnant. They're not doing nothing. So, watch that draft board. I'm trying to tell you, that's when they're going to start taking action. Because look who's right below us. Look who's right below us. That's not a fluke, ladies and gentlemen. And the Saints somehow magically got $30 million in cap room. Guess what they're about to do with half of that? Put that into rookie contracts. Y'all better pay attention. I'm trying to tell you. If you, at this point, before they got the $30 million, I thought, nah, Saints are gonna sit where they're at. They might cash out a few people. You know, get rid of some people, take the dead cap penalty, you know, and we'll see what happens. And that's exactly what happened. So they magically got $30 million out of that. Because you know the league ain't giving them money. Y'all better watch out, because whoever we don't pick, the Saints are going to pick. Right here at 9. So if we don't get Jawan Walker, Saints will pick him up. If we don't pick up Mikael Williams, Saints will pick him up. They're looking for an edge rusher, y'all. Pay attention. Watch what I'm telling you. If that don't come true on draft day, watch. All right, let's go.
That I'm looking at from Georgia. The draft goes Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Armand Membu, Ashton Jen.
That's an unusual pick for the Giants to pick up a tackle, but I could see it. I just don't see them going after a tackle. The Giants have made some dumb picks lately. I can see the Patriots going for Travis Hunter if the Browns don't get him. But if you're a Patriots fan right now, you're thinking, yeah, Browns, go ahead and take Travis Hunter, man. Because this dude is going to get locked into one position. He's not going to be able to get out of it. You know, once he gets to the NFL level. It's not like college, bro. You're going to get locked into either corner or wide receiver. One of the two, and it's going to piss him off. And he's going to want out of Cleveland after that. So once teams figure out that's what's going on with him, they're not going to want to pick him up. They know he's got the talent. He'll sit in the depth chart for a team for a year or two until they get his head on straight. You know, and he gets that NFL wake up call. Oh, hey, I can't do this in the NFL. It's going to wear me out. The NFL is much, much more physical and demanding. Yeah, you got away with that in college, but you ain't getting away with that in the NFL, bud. You're going to get locked into one position, and you better stick to it and go 100% all in. And I'll tell you, you're going to have a successful career, Travis, if you do that. But you're not going to be able to do that if you want to go in there, you know, half-cocked and think, oh, yeah, I could do both positions and get egotistical with it. That's not the way to go, bro. So maybe a stint with the Browns might wake him up and make him realize, I can't do this forever. I can't do this at this level. So he'll sit out that rookie contract, and he won't be available until that rookie contract's gone. Then we're gonna see what happens to him. Let's watch him and see what happens. But yeah, I could see Patriots maybe going McMillan. I could see them going an edge rusher. I could see there's a half dozen different ways the Patriots could go here, and it's going to affect the rest of the line on down. Jets are probably going defensive. They're probably not looking for anything that we're looking for. I'm not worried about the Jets. It's the Jags and Raiders that concern me right here at 5 and 6. Because that's going to be Abdul Carter. That's going to be Mason Graham. That's going to be maybe Jamal Walker possibly. That could be Mikael Williams, But you can guarantee one of these two teams is going to get Mason Graham.
Here at pick 8, I'm just simply going to do what the biggest conversation is right now. I'm going to go get the Georgia edge rusher or linebacker, I guess is what they're going to have him tabbed at here. He's more of an edge rusher than anything from Georgia. That's Jalen Walker. Jalen Walker is a maniacal stud. I know there's a couple other names that have been leaked out with the Carolina Panthers. I know there's thought about Ted McMillan. Miss me with it about Ted McMillan in the first round for the Carolina Panthers. So we're going to go.
I agree.
Go ahead and we're going to take Jalen Walker. He's been the biggest rumor here for the Panthers. So we're going to ride him. All right, round 2, 57th overall. Carson Schlesinger goes at 56. We have Jack Sawyer at 55. Caleb Johnson at 54. That's the last 3 selections. Again, some of the spots that I was talking about, I was obviously talking about D-line. Just took an edge rusher. It's interesting. I like Shamar Turner, Joshua Farmer. I don't know if I like him at 57. Let's see what else we got here for needs. We got corner. We could think about corner. I know J.C. Horn just got paid. The top corners available right now. Benjamin Morrison falls here all the way to pick 57. I sort of like that when you think about the Panthers. Right now they got Mike Jackson on the opposite side, sort of built the same way as Mike Jackson. I'm going to go ahead and take Benjamin Morrison. I really like that. Ben Morrison dealt with an injury all season long from Notre Dame, but he was previously looked at as a top 10 guy, and all he had was an injury. So,
okay, what type of injury? Chat, look at him. Let's see what this dude is about. No interceptions, 3 pass deflections, 14 for 20 on solo tackles. How long was he out? Outside man, press cover. I like it. Good measurables. A little bit low on tackling. Decent on everything else. Andrew Booth Jr., Greg Newsome. Okay. Those are good comparisons. I like Andrew Booth. Andrew Booth is a very physical corner. And he's got the same measurables, really. I can see that. Would I pick him? No. Personally, no. But yeah, y'all let me know. Benjamin Morrison, like, what injury did he have, and like how long was he out for? That's what I'm interested in finding out there. I'm gonna keep it rolling. Let me know in chat, please.
Unlike Will Johnson, he didn't play bad. He just got hurt. So Will Johnson, pick 57. That's a good value on a cornerback that you're going to put on the opposite side of J.C. Horn. Back up at pick 74. And then we got a bunch of picks left. We got 7 more picks to go. Please click that like button. Please click subscribe if you are tapped in here on YouTube.
Yeah, go sub to him.
Let's look elsewhere. Defensive line. What comes available still? Is it going to be C.J. West, Vernon Broughton, Deion Walker? I've taken Deion Walker in quite a few drafts. One I really love. I mean, especially looking at the Carolina Panthers, who
I've taken him as well.
They have Derek Brown, who's also kind of like that Bill Williams guy. It's 5-tool defensive lineman, can play left end, can play nose. things like this. They had Bobby
Right.
Brown from the Rams and Tershawn Wharton from Kansas City. More rotational guys than not. Shy Tuttle also they signed last year. It's a solid group on the interior, but I think you could still use a little bit more juice.
Mm-hmm.
However, I'm not sure. I think C.J. West definitely has juice from Indiana. He was one of the fastest guys at the NFL Combine this year. Strength, you can go Jordan Phillips. If you want to play for potential, you go Deion Walker. So you know what? Let's play for potential. Who doesn't like potential and upside?
Yeah.
It's Deion Walker. Potentially having a clean bill of health for the Panthers and coming in here. It's a strong
There we
strong
go.
beginning of this draft.
There we
You
go.
can start out with Jalen Walker, edge rusher
I
from
like it.
Georgia. Then you go Ben Morrison to play cornerback opposite of J.C. Horn. Then you have Deion Walker. This is a maniacal draft. This is maybe my favorite draft we've done. Well, we've done like a dozen of them. You can find them all over on the Draft Rankings YouTube channel. Now we're at pick 111 here, round 4. We have 2 picks within 4 picks of each other. Let's check out the wide receiver position, just because. Torrey Horton falls to us here in round 4. Man, this is a guy that I got a really high grade on in this class. 6'2" and a half, 196 pounds, runs a 4.41. Two-time, should have been 3-10 if he didn't get an injury this year with his knee. All Mountain West player, had an offer to jump into the portal last year, didn't do it, stuck strong, got hurt at Colorado State. Man, he had a 100-yard game on 16 catches against Colorado a couple of years ago. Only player since 2020 right now actively in the FBS to have a punt return touchdown in 3 consecutive seasons. Torrey Horton.
Whoa. That's an interesting stat. Okay. I didn't know that.
You're a Carolina Panther in the 4th round here. That's a sick value. All right, what else we got here for the Carolina Panthers in round 4? We're up again at pick 1-4.
See that edge rusher from the Tar Heels, Rucker, right there. I'll see him.
I think you could look at safety for sure. They had Trayvon Mulrig from the Raiders. You know who I really missed? This is a couple years ago, but Jeremy Chin, man. I really miss Jeremy Chin on the Carolina Panthers.
There's mixed opinions on that. I liked him, but we just couldn't find a spot for him.
Offense, we could look at the offensive line. I wonder if Jared Wilson's potentially still available on the interior. He's been able to slip a few times, but he's not. Seth McLaughlin from Ohio State, the best available. Willie Lampkin, probably not the answer here in round 4. Doing Fairchild. I think we could kick the can and maybe get Jake Majors in the 5th round.
Miles Frazier's sitting there.
The offensive line. Where do I want to check? Let's go back to corner. I still don't
Noah
know where
Williams.
corner sits, even though we added Ben Morrison outside of J.C. Horn. Charles Smith-Wade is strong. He's a 5th round pick last year. I really like Elijah Huzzy. I'm going to do it. People are going to yell at me because Charles Smith-Wade's in the roster, but I love Elijah Huzzy. This is a dog. He was at the Shrine Bowl, had a fantastic week, 114. Elijah Huzzy had a great week down there. I love Elijah Huzzy. Pick 140. We got 2 picks here within 6. We got
Like our hometown guys.
Really fast on us here. Let's go back to center at pick 140. See what's available. Jake Major's still there. Seth McLaughlin's still there. Man, he had a good time at Alabama. I think we could kick it one more. We'll kick it to we might kick it to 163 for interior. Let's check out running back right now. I know they have Chuba,
Rashard Smith.
Rico. Bajal Tutin's 4.32 speed in round 5. I don't think he's going to be here, but in reality, if you could use this, I mean, he's just up the road in Blacksburg right now.
We actually met with Rashard Smith, and he's sitting right there. Also noted Trevor Etienne.
4.32 for Bajal Tutin. Joining the Carolina Panthers here in round 5. That's electric.
That's not a bad choice.
Hubbard, who,
Yeah.
He's been a little bit zapped, I would say. The last. He's not as fast as he was in college. We'll just leave it at that. All right, let's look at the next position. I want to go back to safety here. I talked about safety before. Upton Stout's a savage. Kitten Crawford performed really well at the combine. I like R.J. Mickens. He's a former teammate with Andrew Makuba down there. Malachi Moore. I mean, I don't understand.
Malachi's my dude, man.
Malachi's a door. So let's go center here. Pick 163. McLaughlin's available. Jake Majors is available. I'm going to go with Jake Majors, the number 2 center for me in this class, behind Jared Wilson from Georgia. Let's just get a center on this roster.
Good choice.
Extremely smart player in Jake Majors from the University of Texas. All
Good
right,
choice.
We filled out this entire roster. The door's wide open on what we could do here. Let's take a scroll and see if we can find a pick that fits.
Ooh, Ty Robinson's still sitting there.
Something we don't need, but we want. Let's Let's check out receiver one more time. Another receiver wouldn't hurt. Man, LaJohntay is an interesting
Lacy.
in this Carolina Panthers offense.
I like Lacy.
We drafted Torrey Horton. We got Coker. We got Thielen. What about a slot guy that could potentially fill in for Thielen after Thielen departs if Thielen wanted to stay this year? And then
Bo Collins.
Man, Konata's interesting. I don't really love any of these guys to fit that role. Elijah Badger, maybe. Rock Taylor's too big. Kyron Lacy, 7th-round flyer. I might just take LaJohntay. I don't love any of these receivers, if I'm being quite honest with you guys. I know Tommy Tremble's still on the roster, Jatavius Sanders, tight end.
Yeah.
What if we just clicked that quarterback button and saw it was there? Nope, let's not do that. That's putrid. Bad idea, Cody. Bad idea. Let's go receiver. Let's go LaJohntay Wester, man. This guy's tiny, but I think he's got some pop and some flash and some sizzle. And they need depth in this wide receiver. Let's go with LaJohntay Wester. All right, we're over the 10-minute mark. I appreciate y'all for tapping in. We got a grade with this one. They gave us an F for Jalen Walker. That's hysterical. Ben Morrison from Notre Dame. Deion Walker in the 3rd from Kentucky. Torrey Horton from Colorado State. Elijah Huzzy from North Carolina. Bajal Tootin in the 5th. Caleb Ransom in the 5th. Jake Majors in the 5th. And LaJohntay Wester to finish this thing out with a B+. The best pick they say we've made today. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Deuces.
So they graded who in F? Ain't no way.
Grade with this one. They gave us.
They graded Benjamin Morrison an F? What? Yeah, right. I don't see an F for any of these. I'm sorry. These are good players up here before 114. I don't see how you get an F grade. That's PFF grade website though. They're weird like that. But yeah, there's his picks. What do y'all think of them? And I pointed out a few of them in between. You know that we had been looking at, or we had met with, or anybody that I thought was significant. We have met with both of the Georgia edge rushers. I saw the post just today about that. So that's something that we have done. One wide receiver that was not mentioned was Jack Beck. That's the guy I'm really high on right now. And I just have that feeling, dude. And once again, I'll show this to you. For the people that haven't seen this yet. 62 catches, 1,000 yards, 9 touchdowns, 16.7 is ridiculous for a TCU wide receiver. It pops out so obvious from that. You got some good measurables here. The 40 speed isn't as fast as I thought it was going to be on that scale, but look at everything else. Bench, meaning he can block. He's got good weight. He's got broad jump, 3-cone, everything you're looking for. This dude can catch anything in any range. Plus he can block. That's a very valuable asset right there. He's rated 4 stars by ESPN and Rivals.com. He's been compared to Xavier Hutchinson from last year, which I agree with. I think that, multi-role receiver. I think we go with that at 57. I know that there is some talent on the board at 57, but we'll see it, as we go through. Make sure to lock in your spot for a mock draft for this Mock Draft Monday if you wish to do so. We're going to be going for quite a bit here. But I think when you were looking at the talent at 57, there wasn't much there. In my opinion, there wasn't much there. And that's where you would fill in with Jack Beck. Normally, I wouldn't jump on a wide receiver this early because wide receivers are going to be a dime a dozen with that kind of talent, early. I mean, you look at it, you got McMillan, you got all these other guys, but Jack Beck stands out to me. And I see that multi-role, and I see the opportunity, the deep threat capability. Or you could go for a Swiss Army knife wide receiver, like this gentleman here, that has that ability to do everything you're looking for him to do. That can catch. Most importantly, that's priority number one. If you can't catch, get out of my wide receiver core. Number two, you got to be able to route run. If you can't route when I was watching the combine. And it pretty much just confirmed to me that this dude is the one. This is the dude, man. So, and if you want full statistics, let's look at the full statistics, shall we? So this is what he's done over the course of his time in LSU. And granted, he wasn't even in for most of this. 12 catches for 146, that's still a ridiculous average. 16 for 200 yards, still a ridiculous average. As a backup in LSU. 43 catches, 489, 11.4. Still a ridiculous average, and he got 3 touchdowns that year. That's as a freshman. This dude is battle tested. He has been in the SEC. He's been in a SEC depth. Should. His numbers definitely exploded. And that's what you're looking for from an SEC type wide receiver. So he did 19 reps on the bench press, a little underwhelming, but look at the shuttle. Look at the broad jump. Look at the vertical jump. That's a quick dude right there. The 4.55 isn't a full representation of how fast he is. So, in my opinion. Because I've seen him in a TCU uniform. I know how fast he's supposed to be. Alright, so that in mind. Let's do some mock drafting. What was the other video that we were going to cover possibly? Hold up. Oh, the Brant Tillis one. Right? I'll tell you what. We'll do the Brant Tillis one another day. And we'll also get into a little bit of that. I just had a thought. Would you guys be interested in having me react to other channels' picks and mock drafts? And I mean, if you would like to see that happen, let me know which ones you'd like to see me react to, and for what reason, and I'll look into it. I'll think about it. Okay? if we get enough either tomorrow or Wednesday, depends on what we do after the fantasy baseball draft, if we decide to go live with that. If I don't, then I'll come back on Wednesday and I'll do a mock draft stream straight up in the evening. Then we'll cover the Brant Tillis interview presser, and we'll also, if I get enough likes on that stream specifically, then and enough comments and reactions to my suggestion of me reacting to other people's mock drafts, then we'll look into it Saturday, because I'm going to be at the Clemson spring game on Saturday. Hopefully. I'm hoping that'll happen. I can't guarantee that'll happen this year, but I'm going to try. But right now, that's on my schedule. So, I'll be checking out the new Clemson players. I'll be seeing what we got coming in the new crop. And, that's a good chunk of how I'm able to tell you, do these guys measure up? Do I vouch for these players? That's a good first introduction, seeing these guys live up and in person, and they don't televise it anymore. So, having that tool in my tool belt is big, so, definitely subscribe to this dude, give him a like. Excuse me. Draft ranking show. Thank you. But yeah, I really like this dude. He's very intelligent. He really knows what he's talking about, and great channel. Yeah. Let's get to it. Mock drafts. Let's do it. Obviously, I'm going to be doing about 2 or 3 of these myself, per stream. So, let me know. Again, lock in means you're going all 7 rounds. And you're not playing around. You're actually there for all 7 rounds. You're picking for all 7 rounds. You're making moves for all 7 rounds. That means trades, anything. So, keeping that in mind. If you are not able to respond within a certain time limit, I will make the trade or I will make the move for you. And then you'll be able to come back for the next move. Alright? The next pick. Whatever it might be, if you do show back up in chat. So, keep that in mind. We got to keep the content moving. So if you're locking in, let me know. Whether it be in chat, whether it be in a comment section for any mock draft stream. If you want to schedule a specific day, you could do that. We'll typically be going Mondays and Wednesdays, bare minimum. Possibly Thursdays or Saturdays. But, and as we get closer to the draft, I'll be cranking it up on Sunday as well. But we're going to be doing a lot of these. It's going to be intense. It's going to be a lot of content. So I encourage you, lock in with the date, lock in with the time, and we'll do that. Okay? Typically, we'll be doing these streams in the evenings. So that way, just so you guys know, if you're not available in the evenings, let me know. And I'll try to schedule one in the morning for a morning stream. I don't mind doing that once in a blue moon for 1 or 2 people. If they would like to do that. and I'd like to run two mock drafts, you know, for that stream. If you're scheduling for the morning, I'm down. You know, just let me know. But I don't know which mornings I'll be available to do that, so just FYI. It's going to be a busy month. I got a lot of stuff going on off camera too, so. You know, currently I don't, but it could start cranking up real soon here. So I got to make sure that my schedule is open to you guys as well as to myself first. You know, if my schedule is open to myself first, then we're good to go. You know. But yeah, I'm not much of a morning person. Some of you may or may not know that. But I would be down to schedule a morning once in a blue moon during this month. If that's more applicable to you. Alright, first thing we're going to do in every mock draft that I do. 2 7s moved up for a 6th. We're going for Dallas's 204. Boom. Traded. We're now in the 6th round. 7th round is garbage to me. I don't see anything in the 7th round that could help us. Because by that point, we've already gotten what we need. Alright, let's get this going. Let's see how this draft rolls. If there's any players that you would wish for me to go for right out of the gate, you know, to change this draft up, let me know. And we'll do one for that, you know, reflecting that. Okay. Trade offer moving down to 17th pick. We get 3rd pick 81, 4th pick 119, and a 6th rounder for next year. Excellent trade value. That's what you're looking for right there. If we get that offer on the phone, listen to it, Dan. I'm telling you, listen to it. You don't have to take it, but listen to it. That's the type of trade value you're looking for. So before we decide whether we want to take that or not, let's see what's here. Travis Hunter's here. McMillan's here. Walker's here. Mikael Williams. Mike Green. Starks. Kenneth Grant. Nick Imawari. I heard that we were interested, that we just saw right here, with us moving down to 17. That then makes that possible for us to get. Would you like me to explore that? This is your chance to see me explore that if you would like. Early on. Because otherwise we're looking at Joanne Walker. Alright, going once. Going twice. Sold. Alright. Let me make the decision. Alright. I was kind of leaving it up to you, chat, but I'm going to make a clear-cut decision on this. 17th pick. What if we decided to explore this? 381 is a good pick. 119 is a good pick. We would miss out on Joanne Walker, but think about the potential here. That's what I'm looking at. Because it would allow us to get a couple of players that we normally wouldn't be able to. It would ensure that we lock in Stutzman. It would also ensure that we lock in Where is he? Well, not Noah Williams, but where is he? It would ensure that we lock in. Who was the guy I was looking at? We'll get Jack back at 57. That's a guarantee. We're getting that. I'm not deviating on that one. Mitchell Evans is sitting there. I like that. I think Wyatt's probably going to be there at 74. But it would ensure for sure that we get Charles Grant. Charles Grant is a good one too. You know what? But what would we pick if we're going down to 17? That's the question here. Do we get Kenneth Grant? Do we go for him? I mean, I'd be down for that move. I don't think he's going to be there. Who would be there at 17 that we will lock in on? Edgewise. I vote. If Mikael Williams is still there, we go for him. If Mike Green is there or James Pierce Jr. is there, I think we pick. I know people want us to get Mike Green, but Mike Green's numbers are underwhelming versus James Pierce Jr. But James Pierce Jr. is a problem in the locker room. So I might. God, that's a tough one. You do have Nick Sturton and Landon Jackson down here. But you don't want to reach on them. See, that's the thing. But I think that pick would still be an edge. If Kenneth Grant is still not there. You know what I mean? But my eye is on Ty Robinson. I want Ty Robinson. I'm going to lock in on Ty Robinson with the 81 that I get out of this. I think this is a good move. And then 119 ensures I can get like another guy too. Let's do it. Let's accept it. Okay. Mike Green, Walker are gone. Let's just say for the sake of this. Let's just see what happens. Okay, edge rusher is gone. You do have Kyle Kennard down here. Shamar Stewart's pretty good. Let me take a look at Shamar Stewart. I'm trying to prepare for any different scenario that we might run into. You know what I mean? Versatile D lineman. Good measurables. But he can't tackle. That's the problem. That's why I'm saying stay away from this dude. Because I don't think these are good comparisons. Miles Murphy's an excellent tackler. Trayvon Walker is an excellent tackler. You know, Jermaine is an excellent tackler. I don't. Yeah. He's fast though. Look at that 40 time. I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one, y'all. Let's check out Nick. Nick Scarton. His counterpart. Let me make sure I spell this correctly. Scourton, okay. What do we got? 5 sacks. Ooh. Okay, good numbers, good numbers. Okay. Decent measurables. 67% tackling is better than what we saw before. 89 pass rush, 81 run defense. Good. Jonah Ellis is his comparison. I think we might be able to do a little bit better than that. Let's check out Donovan. There he is. That is such a weird last name. Alright. 16.5 sacks. 3 forced fumbles. 37 solo. Look at these measurables. Oh, this is what you want to see right here. Okay, 83 tackling. 95 pass rush, 91 run defense. Compared him to BJ Ojulari and Jonah Ellis. Ooh. Okay. Look at that 40 time, 462. Oh. Okay. Now here's my question. What system does this dude play? Does he play 3-4 or does he play 4-3? If he plays 3-4, we have a match. We have a match. So I also like Landon Jackson down here. Now I'm going to show you why. 6.5 sacks. 1 forced fumble. Excellent measurables. Versatile defensive lineman. Showed up well during the combine. Good tackling. Good pass rush. Excellent run defense. And run defense is going to be our focus. So that's why we want that percentage higher than the pass rush at this point for whoever we're going for. Keon White is the comparison, and Isaiah Foskey. But 4.68 40 time, vertical broad jump look great. 10-yard span. 3 cone, all look great. And they love his height too, 6'6". So I'm gonna tell you this. I like Donovan at this point. I like Donovan, and I see Kenneth Grant here. Kenneth Grant is very tempting. I'm not gonna lie. 3 sacks, 32 total tackles, 18 solo. National champion. Last year, good measurables. 76 tackling, 81 pass rush, 90 run defense. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. They're comparing him to Travis Jones, Roka Rororo, and Fedarian Mathis. And Mathis has lasted in the league for a little bit now. He's doing pretty good. So, I had my doubts about Mathis, but he's looking pretty good. He's doing good. So, this dude's going to last a good while. Let's take a look at his stats. Overall, he had a pick 2023. Okay. 29 total tackles, 16 solo. 4 sacks the year before. Not too bad. He's consistent. I'm not even gonna lie, man. Kenneth Grant is so tempting right now. That's he's making me look twice, man. I'm not even gonna lie. I've already got my mind made up though. I want to make all these other picks. You're not gonna see Alfred Collins. You might see Harmon for a minute, but you might see Deion Walker for a minute, but you're not gonna see Alfred Collins. I'm gonna stay strong here. I'm gonna go defensive end. I think Donovan is the guy, unless we see something else that we really, really like. Darts there. Nope. 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 We can wait on those. Corner. No. I know that one dude said Benjamin Morrison there. I also like Maxwell Harrison as well. I looked into Carson as well. Schlesinger. Not bad. Malachi Starks. Nick Imawari. Alright, now one of these two might be tempting enough to draw me away from our defensive end pick. But see, I'm feeling pretty confident Jalen Reed could be our guy, man. I feel like Jalen Reed is our guy. Or Malachi Moore. I know there are some questions about Malachi Moore. I don't know. But I'm going to stay strong here. Oh, boy. There's a lot of temptations here. With Starks, Imawari, and Grant. To drive me away from Donovan. But I'm going to go Donovan. I think that's the right choice to make right now. It's a tough call, man. It is. It is. For real. But we got to have that edge rusher. Patriots get Imawari. Falcons get Dart. Oof. That's what I was afraid of. No, they took Jack back from me. Oh, you thieves. No wonder I'm getting these offers. You absolute thieves. These are garbage offers, too. Seriously. What? They took him over Jaden Higgins? There's no way. They took him over Savion and Higgins and Trey Harris. There's no way, dude. I like Higgins in this case. I like Higgins. I like Trey Harris. I like Noel. I like Savion Williams, and I like Tez Johnson here. You reached down a long way to grab this dude, man. You reached down a long way. Because he's supposed to be sitting down here in the 70s range. Oh, man, that's a reach. Okay, let's see what's still available. Safety, they took our guys. Okay, corner. That's fine, that's fine. Wyatt. Wyatt. Wyatt could be our guy right here. We might be able to sit a little bit on wide receiver and get Tez or Torrey Horton down here. That's what I'm thinking. Because Tez will be down here at like 95. If you grab Wyatt early enough, you know. Or you just grab Torrey Horton at like 81. You should be fine. Or Tez. I do like Higgins, but I don't like him that much. We need some offensive line help. Bad. And Grant is about to be sitting up there at 74. Or 81. I'm going to pick him up at 81, I think. But we need some offensive line help. Yeah, I'm going Wyatt. There goes Higgins to the Chiefs. Oh boy. Ah, that hurts. That hurts. That's one place you don't want him going. Ooh, move down just a little bit and you pick up 2 6-rounders? Interesting. We're moving down 12 spots. But I mean, ugh. There's not really that much stopping me. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I really want Ty Robinson. I want to lock him in at 81. I'm probably going to get Charles Grant here at 74. Just to make sure that nobody gets him. And then we'll see at 111 what's out there at wide receiver. I think Tez Johnson will still be there. I have a feeling. But yeah, we got to lock in Charles Grant. We can't let this dude go. I know that's going to be a C+. I don't care. I gotta have my dude, man. I gotta have him. So I think, we get tie. Royo, Noel. Noel's off the board. Bossa's off the board. Caldwell's off the board. Walker's gone. Seeing Slater, Martin, Robinson, Jones, Ivy, Higgins is gone. Alright. Bet. That's not even what I'm looking for anyway. Can I sit on Stutzman until 119? If I can sit on him until 119, I'm good. I think we should get him at 114 though. I think we should push him at 114. I don't want to. I don't want this dude sitting out there. You know what I mean? For too long. It's dangerous. Let's see. Offensive tackle. We got our offensive lineman. So we're good with that. Ooh, Torrey Horton. And I agree with the gentleman. I think Torrey Horton is a good pick. I think he is. He does fit what we want. I also like Thornton too. Do we want a deep baller though? Rustboro. That dude got some killer numbers for Miami. The problem is his measurables are trash. That's the problem. That's one problem. The second problem is he's a slot receiver. And that's not exactly what we're looking for. Yeah, he can do other things, but can he block? You know, so they compare him to Burton. Not my goal here. So I'm going to show you Torrey Horton. There he is. Okay, 26 catches, 350 yards, 53 yards, 1 touchdown, 13.6. Kind of underwhelming numbers. Not exactly what I'm hunting for. Look at the percentages. And those numbers kind of are okay, measurables wise. But he's being compared to Luke McCaffrey and Devontae Walker. See, and those were late round picks. See, that's the problem. You don't want to be compared to that. When you're trying to pick somebody up at 111. I do like Ty Felton too. And if you guys aren't familiar with this site, it's NFLDraftBoss.com. So definitely use this site when you're comparing players. You'll be very, very glad you did. Okay, so Ty Felton is more of a deep threat. This is more what people want. The problem is he can't block. And he's being compared to, again, Devontae Walker, Ricky Parasol, Ladd McConkey. Ladd McConkey was a first rounder. But can Ladd McConkey block? Not necessarily. That's the problem. Alright, Dante Thornton. Who's he from? Tennessee. I don't see his. Okay, let me make sure I'm spelling this correctly. Thornton. Okay. There he is. It's a junior. That's on his name. That's why. Okay. That explains why I couldn't find him. 26 catches, 661 yards, 6 touchdowns, 25.4 receiving average. Good measurables, multi-role receiver. You see what I'm getting at here? He's a deep threat. So he can play slot, he can be intermediate, but the biggest thing he can do is deep threat. He can somewhat block. But bad comparisons, I'm not a fan of Matt Launders or Bryce Ford or Christian Watson. So I don't, just because you could run the 40 doesn't mean you can catch the ball or block. So therefore, with him, as they say in Shark Tank, I'm out. That leaves Kyle Williams. Let's look at Kyle Williams. Nobody bothered to look at this dude. And that's the interesting part. 70 catches, 1,198 yards, 14 receiving touchdowns, 17.1. Okay, let's look at his measurables. Not so good on a few of these, but I like the 40 time. I like the vertical. I like the 10 yard. But he is only a deep threat. That's the problem here. He can't block. And when you're being compared to Marvin Mims Jr., that's not a good thing. What versus what we're looking for. That's not a fit. So, Westboro would be the best fit. Out of these. Now, 111. We could go that direction. I want to go ahead and lock up Noah Williams at 119. I want Noah. And Malachi Moore or Jalen Reed after that. Because that'll be 140. 140, right? Yeah. 140 is perfect range for one of these two. And then we go from there. Is Mitchell still here? He is not. We'll get Luke Lackey at 213. Screw it. But we'll need a running back in between there. At 146. 146, 163 range. We looked at Breshad Smith. We met with him. That seems like a good pick for 163 there. But if Trevor... Let's put it this way. If Devin Neal or Trevor Etienne is still there, I want him. If all of them are unavailable, I want Sanders. Alright, so that's what this board is going to look like from this point forward. That leaves wide receiver right here. I'm going to go ahead and get XR here. I think that's the right move. And we pick up a 7th rounder? Nah. I don't think so. Alright, let's pick up Stutzman with the 114 pick. Interesting. Eagles, you really are locked in. What are you trying to get? 165 and a 5th rounder. Okay. I see it. Let's see. We try to make sure Noel doesn't go anywhere, man. He coming to us. Yes, sir. Good pick. Alright. Safety is next. And I guarantee you we're going to be sitting there looking at Malachi Moore or Jalen Reed at 140. We're going to be right where we want to be. I don't want a 7th. No, thank you. Let's see. Now, this is where Devin Neal gets a little tempting. You know, you're sitting there at 140. Devin Neal's sitting on the board somehow. You know. You do know that you have Breshad Smith sitting there at 177. And you're thinking, maybe. But you start to see running backs go off the board, right? Devin Neal looks a little tasty, man. I'm not going to lie. He's like that. You know, he's like that Whopper commercial, man. When you're trying to lose weight. You know what I mean? Like, you're tempted to cheat, man. You're tempted to cheat. You're very tempted to cheat. But you know you got to have that safety, though. You know you got to stay on that health plan. That's the trick, though. Because once those two players right there are gone, you're not getting much down here. Yeah, you might have them for 146. You might have them for 146, but they're not sticking around to 163. Not happening. So. Ooh. Okay. I'm at this point. Is there anything we really need to go for here? I say we take that cheat day. Let's remove some temptation from everybody. It's not every day you see Devin Neal sitting here at 143. You know, at 140 range. And I'm going to tell you, Rashard Smith is a good running back. Taj Brooks is a good running back. Sanders is a bit of a beast too. Sanders would be my next option. You know, but you got to wait till 220 something range to get him. Or it's 200 range. Bare minimum to get Sanders. Nah, bro. It's time to take that cheat day, man. It's time to take that cheat day. Let's go get Devin Neal. We can afford it. You know what I'm saying? We can afford it. We can muscle up later on. You know? Get on that treadmill. Yeah, you know what I mean? It ain't gonna kill us, man. We go down 4 spots. We pick up 2 7s, a 4th and a 7th. Nah, pass. 5th round 7. Stop offering me 7th rounders. Now that's more like it. Move down to a 61. Pick up a 168 and a 6th round next year. Now that's more like it. That's proper value. Stop offering me. Really, Cowboys? Really? You gonna offer me my 7th back? Yo. The Cowboys they really are trying to offer me my 7th rounder back. I'm done, bro. I'm done. Dallas, what made you think that was gonna work? Wow. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Alright, Eagles. That's the trade offer I would consider, seriously. 161. 161. And these safeties are where? Ooh, that's playing with fire. That's playing with fire. That's getting too close, man. 165, 169 for Malachi Moore and Jalen Reed. That's really playing it close, y'all. I don't know about that. I would love to have that 168. In a 6th round next year? Oh, yeah. That's a positive. But that's cutting it too close, man. That seriously is cutting it too close. 163. What were we gonna do at 163? 163 was going to be what? I'm not even sure what 163 was supposed to be, and see, that's the problem. That's why I don't want to do this. That's exactly why I don't want to do this. We do need a tight end, but we don't need to go overboard with it. We just need a third stringer, which Luke Lackey can fill that role perfectly. He can block and he can route run. Oh my. Oh my. And see, this is where I start messing around a little bit. I do see Rucker. I'm interested in him. I do see Ashton as well. That's not supposed to be there at this point at 146. So, I see Ty Hamilton at defensive tackle. At corner, I see Fortune. You know, so Ashton is very tempting here. Considering we need a defensive end help, and we could wait on Luke Lackey at tight end. We gotta have that safety, though. We gotta have that safety. If they push this into the 150 range, I would do a trade. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I got an offer going into the 150 range, and I got an extra 160 or a 180 or something like that in a pick for next year, I would do it. But, like, see, they're not giving us that option. See, the best we're getting is that. And that's cutting it too close. I just have to go ahead and get my guy. At this point. Which is going to be Malachi. Alright, so 163. Okay. Edge rusher, I knew they would go for him. That's fine. We could double up at linebacker and get Jack Kaiser. I wouldn't be against that. Or we could double up at safety and get Jalen Reed. 2 for the price of 1. I like that idea. We got options here. We got options. Yeah, we got options. And Luke Lackey's going to be my last pick. If you want to double up a wide receiver, Jalen Wayne is there. I think we've pretty much gotten everybody from offensive line that we need. Although Jack has dropped to 200. So, keep an eye on Jack. Let's see where he lands. I'd be very interested to find out where he lands. Those Wisconsin tackles, man, they're really strong. They're really physical. Alright, let's see if there's something... Jalen Smith, if you want an extra nickel corner. If for some reason we end up with a 7th round pick, Jalen Smith is an excellent nickel corner, and he could help out with Chow Smith-Wade. But if you trade away your 7th and you go ahead and get that 204, I mean, that's your choice. You know, I prefer to get into the 6th round. I prefer to be where the talent is. You know what I mean? But I'm not the active GM right now. I'm not Dan. So that's up to him. Whatever he thinks is best. But, man. Jalen Reed is so tempting. Jalen Reed is so tempting. We do need linebacker help. And I do like Jack. It's between these two. It's literally between these two. That's a tough call, man. It's a tough call. What do y'all think we need more help at? Safety or linebacker at this point? Let me know in chat. What's your take? Linebacker or safety? Because my take is linebacker at this point. Because we just picked up, what's his name at safety in free agency. So, I mean, like, we're not in an immediate hurry for safeties. Plus, I just picked up Malachi Moore. But the extra depth, man. The extra depth could be nasty at safety. Man. Jack Kaiser could immediately help us, though. Let me look at Jack Kaiser one more time. Something just tells me check these numbers. 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. 90 tackles, 55 solo. So the dude's a run stopper. Mainly. But look at the 95.4% tackling, though. Look at the run defense. See, that's what is going to attract the Panthers management's attention. And you got Eichenberg, you got Watson, you got Miller Jr. as your comparables. And not so good measurables. But I mean, it's a late round linebacker. What are you looking for? You know what I mean? What did we do at linebacker? Yeah, we got Stutzman. That's right. Okay. I'm happy with Stutzman. Are you guys satisfied with Stutzman? You think that we need more help there? Or are you satisfied? I'm satisfied. I like Stutzman. I'm satisfied. I'd like a little more help at safety. Because we were trashing coverage at safety. I would love to see what we could do with Jalen Reed. Yeah, that's an excellent pick right there. I'm happy with that one. I think either way you can't go wrong. You're boosting your defense. Okay. Now I'm interested to see where... Okay, Fortune goes to the Browns. Let's watch for Jack Kaiser. Where's he going to go? I already know who I'm picking for the last pick. So now it's just a matter of watching the board. Nobody got him? Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. 204. Haas is still there. Okay. I think we should at least look at him. We should at least look at him. I've heard good things about this dude. $16 catches, 195 yards, 12.2. Inline multi-role tight end. Okay. What does this dude do? Specifically, what does he do? 10-yard dash is nice. Okay, so he's more of a big body, move the chains guy. And blocks or screens. That's what I'm seeing here. Okay, Latu is the comparison. Interesting. Okay. I figure we should at least look at him. Now I'm going to show you Luke Lackey, and I'm going to show you why we should go for Luke at this stage. If you have already committed to everything else, and you're still looking for that third string tight end, here's why you should consider him. 28 catches, 231 yards, 8.3 receiving. Multi-role tight end. Look at the measurables. Beautiful measurables chart. Now, next thing I want to show you, 78% catching. He is a move the chains guy. He can't block necessarily. But I mean, then again, neither could Felipe Franks. So, you had, or was it Jordan Matthews? One of the two was not able to block properly. But was able to do the opposite, which was catch really well. So, essentially, you're getting an upgraded version of one of those two. With Luke Lackey. Unfortunately, we want somebody that can do both. And that's where I got a problem here. Because this is where I believe we should go and pick up a tight end, third string tight end in free agency rather than draft one. Because if you're going through all your needs, and this is even with trading, and you end up down here to where you have to choose one of these guys, you know, it ain't looking good. You know what I'm saying? I'll check out the guy from Syracuse and the Georgia guy. We'll look at Thomas as well. Let's start with the guy from Syracuse. Or Rhonda. What you got for him? Ooh. Now we're talking. Look at those numbers. That's what you want right there. 73 catches, 934 yards, 7 touchdowns, 12.8. Slot receiving tight end. Yeah, this dude's a threat. Look at the measurables. Ooh. Not bad. 63% blocking. That could be improved. You could probably get that up to about a 70% with the NFL coaching that we have. We have excellent tight end coaches, by the way. Well, we have good tight end coaches. They used to be excellent, but they're good now. But look at that, Jared Wiley, Schumacher, Trey McBride. Ooh, I'm very high on Jared Wiley, by the way. Yeah, this dude's a winner. I like him. He just got the nod over Luke Lackey now. Yeah, that's a winner. Slightly overinflated numbers because it is the ACC. To be fair, though, let's take a look at Benjamin. Let's be fair to Benjamin. I don't want to take an opportunity away from him. You know what I mean? It's Benjamin Eurosic. I want to make sure I spell this correctly. Eurosec. Okay. There he is. I knew I was spelling it wrong. 15 catches, 185 yards, 12.3, no receiving touchdowns. Mediocre chart here for measurables. Kind of garbage percentages. James Mitchell, Will Mallory, and Grant Calcaterra are the comparisons. Pass. Yeah. I think we have our winner. I don't think there's any need to look at Thomas Fidone at this point. I think we know who we're picking here. Boom. There's your third string tight end. And that right there is a fantastic draft. We filled all our needs. Edge rusher, offensive line, both spots, tackle and guard. So what you found is basically the next Cade Mays. You found the next Brady Christensen on the offensive line. Both Swiss Army knife spots. You know. XR is an excellent wide receiver. Stutzman is a coverage guy, which is what we need at linebacker right now. We got enough run stoppers. We needed a coverage linebacker. Noah Williams, excellent corner. Devin Neal, beast of a running back. Malachi Moore, great safety help and coverage. Good tackler. Jalen Reed, same thing. You know, so we added a little depth there. We had an extra little pick there that we could have fun with. And then got our third string tight end in Gadsden. I'm very, very pleased with this draft. I think this might be the best one I've done so far. And Ty Robinson is an excellent defensive tackle. And I'll show you why. So if you look at Ty Robinson, he's got 7 sacks. He's got a good amount of solo tackles. 1 forced fumble as well. Big guy from Nebraska. Versatile defensive tackle. Good measurables. The chart looks excellent. All across the board. You're not expecting a good 3-cone. You're not expecting the arm span. But, 10-yard could be better. But, and people are going to be negative about his arms. But, if you think about it, who else were they negative about as far as the arms? When we drafted him. Brady Christensen, right? Brady Christensen turned out to be a beast. So, you don't have to center in on the arm, as far as a weakness. But there are several other issues, that could become much bigger factors than that. And that is worth pointing out. Such as your height, your weight, your hands, the 40 time, the bench. Those are bigger issues than the arms at defensive tackle. And I don't mean to compare apples to oranges here, but that's pretty much what we're doing. It's two different positions. But same basic thing. Offensive, defensive line. You know what I mean? You want a big physical guy that can do what you need him to do. Braden Fisk, Zach Pickens, both very, very good comparisons. I agree with them. And this is why I'm very, very high on Ty Robinson. I think this dude is the guy that we need to go after. And just lock that in around the 100s range. You lock that in, and you just seal up your defensive tackle area. But this is just stuff that I've noticed and I've been paying attention to as we went along. But I'm very, very pleased with that mock. I'm going to go ahead and save that and send that over to my team to look at. And analyze. But we did take that one trade. This is if the Bengals want us to trade down to 17. We pick up an 81, a 119, and a round 6 next year. That's what happens if that should occur. And we picked up Donovan Iziraku from Boston College. Sorry, I messed up that name. But Donovan looks really, really good at that spot. And it still allows us to get Wyatt at offensive tackle to back up Icky. We got Charles Grant to help out with Cade Mays and Damian Lewis. So, and it allows us to keep going down the board. Now, as you noticed, let's take a look at the top 10 again. Somebody's going to pick up Shedeur Sanders, probably the Raiders. I'm still standing strong on that. I think the Raiders. Abdul Carter is either going to go to the Browns, the Patriots, or the Jaguars. So, keep an eye on that. We're not going to see him. Whoever doesn't pick up Abdul Carter will be picking up Mason Graham, which is most likely going to be the Jaguars. Top 5 every single time. The Bengals wanted Mike Green. Keep that in mind, y'all. Bengals wanted Mike Green. Guess who picks up Jawan Walker right after us? What I tell y'all, watch them Saints, man. Watch them Saints. That's why I don't want the Saints behind us, man. In any spot on this draft order. Because whoever we don't pick up, if we screw up, Saints will pick up the leftovers. It's like a dog sitting underneath the table waiting for his leftovers. You know what I mean? Anything you might spill off the table and screw up on that you don't want. Or fail to eat, And the Saints are very, very good at picking up these leftovers. I did not want them at 9. But there they are. McMillan goes to the Cowboys. McHale goes to the 49ers in this one. James Pierce Jr. gets picked up a pick before us, which, in my opinion, takes away the temptation of going after James Pierce Jr. and the locker room problems that he presents. But, you know, the talents are there. We've seen it in the combine. You know, the dude's very, very talented. But Cardinals took away that temptation away from us, which is a good thing. And we found Donovan. So I'm pretty happy with it. Steelers get Kenneth Grant. The Chiefs pick up Malachi Starks. Pay attention to that right there. Because the Chiefs know what they're doing when it comes to drafting. You saw them get the wide receiver last year. And I warned y'all, if that wide receiver is still sitting on the board at around the 30 to 32 range, the Chiefs will get him. Sure enough, they did. I tried to tell y'all, man. I've got a beat on some of these teams, man. I know what they're going to do. Patriots pick up Nick Umawari. That sounds like something they would do at 38, since he's still there. Simmons somehow creeps into the second round. Jags pick him up to protect my man from Clemson, Trevor Lawrence. So, a lot of this makes sense, man. A lot of this makes sense. There goes Jack back to the Packers at 54. 3 picks before us. 3 picks before us. I was going to pick him, man. I'm not even going to lie to you. Because Jack Beck was gone, I went with my second best option, which was Wyatt. And you know what? I'm not against that. I think either way it helps us. Because it forced me into getting us offensive line depth help. And I thought we would only have a shot at one of these offensive linemen. We got a shot at both of them. And we still got a good wide receiver out of it. So, as we kind of go down here, there's Jeffrey Bossa. There's Mitchell Evans. Seahawks got him at 92. That's another one I've been eyeing. Tez Johnson goes to the Niners. Deon Walker. We were talking about him with the video that we watched earlier at 98. Jackson Slater. There's some people that like Jackson Slater. Gunnar Helm. The Titans. Jaguars, I mean. But I feel like we still got some good wide receiver help in the form of XR. I was pretty satisfied with that one. There are better wide receivers out there, but, you know, I feel like with what was on the board, we made the right decision. Because here's the thing, man. I like Tez. I like Savion Williams. You know. And in my honest opinion, they reached on Jack Beck. Which, I mean, we kind of reached on him too. But You know, if we were going to pick him at 57. But I don't like the fact that the Packers decided they wanted to get him. That's an already loaded wide receiver core. So I don't know what y'all are planning on doing with him. And see, with Jack Beck, you either have a choice of Wyatt or Grant down here at 74. And probably you're not going to see Wyatt by the time you get down to 74. So Grant would be the pick at 74. You see what I'm saying? Like, you would only have one offensive line to choose from at that point. So that's what I'm looking at for this mock. Let me run that through my team chat real quick. Where's it at? There it is. Okay. Boom. Alright. Let me on the screen real quick. Gotta send somebody a message real quick. Oh, okay. Okay. Word. Let me see if I can get somebody on here. I might. But yeah, this is the Patriots fan messaging right now, so I might see if we can get him in here, draft for the Patriots while I'm drafting for the Panthers. You know, that might be cool. Okay, that's what's up. And the same extension to you, Heat 3, if you want to get involved with that too. And Broski, no hard feelings, buddy. You know, if you want to get in here and do a mock with me and you pick for the Bears, I'll pick for the Panthers. I'm down for that too. You know, it's all love here, man. It's all love. You know, I was just giving you some smoke, man. You know, I'll just give you some smoke, man. You know, nothing but love here, man. You know, it always is. And extensions to any of the 32 teams. You know, fans, if you want to come in and draft with me for a mock draft, I'll take your picks and I'll pick my players too, and we'll just see what we want to do. And it also makes it easier as far as trades too. So if there's any trade offers that we want to throw out there to each other's teams, you know, we could do that. 100% down for that. You know, it makes it so much easier. Let me finish messaging him real quick, and then we'll jump into the next mock. So that's what I'm looking at right now. All right. So I'm trying to get him scheduled in for one. If there's Panthers fans, you are welcome to lock in for a Panthers draft. You know, picking for our spots. So I don't know. Dang. Okay. And y'all let me know. Do you want to see a fantasy baseball draft tomorrow? Tomorrow evening? I might go live with it. I might. I'm thinking about it. I'm about 50-50 on that. If people show enough interest, I might. We might play games afterwards, but or a mock. It just depends on what y'all want to do. But yeah, I know y'all are waiting on that though. With Broski though, that was hilarious. Dude comes in and says, "Our running back is a bust, man." What? I can't with this dude, man. I can't. Broski, I love you to death, bro. But come on, man. What have I always said on stream? If you are injured, that does not make you an automatic bust, bro. Come on. Y'all gotta stop with that. Y'all gotta stop with that. I'm trying to tell you. Love y'all to death, but you gotta stop with that. Alright, let's go again. obviously, we're making that trade right there to Dallas for the 604. Done. Alright, we are now in the 6th round. Anybody want to lock in for a Panthers draft? Let me know. Y'all want to lock in for 7 whole rounds? Let me know, man. Let's roll with it. Walker. My God, they took Jawan Walker early? They took Jawan Walker early? What was that? Oh my God. Okay. Buccaneers, I might seriously consider yours. Down to 19. We pick up an 84. We get a 157. Based on that first mark that we did, that sounds appealing. Seahawks. Down to 18. Pick up a 50. Get an 82. A 5th and a 6th. Interesting. Could we maybe bunch that up and trade that for a 5th? 5th round pick? Could we like package that up and make that a 5th? Instead of the 5th and 6th next year? I'd be interested in that. Seahawks, let's negotiate, man. Let's negotiate. Y'all got me interested now. $92. How about a 175? In a 6th round next year. Dare I ask for the 5th? Dare I ask for the 5th, man? Dare I push that up to a 172 instead of a 175? It could be done. It could be done, and I think it's a good idea. Let's do it. Seattle. Let's try this again. Yeah. 150. Yeah, I don't need all these picks. 172. Fifth round. Ooh, that's magical. That's magical. Can we get a 6th? Ooh, we could get a 6th out of this too. Oh my God. Oh my God, Seattle. Seattle, that's a magical. But Abdul Carter is sitting right there. Ooh. Wow. Wow. That's wild. She's still there. Nick War. Oh, no. James Pierce Jr. went down. Okay, so Starks is still there. Grant's still there. Nick Warrior is still there. Ah. Oh, man. That's tough, man. What do y'all think? Is moving down and getting Donovan worth all of this? Is he worth all of that? Because that's a... God, man, that's a big decision. Is Abdul Carter worth that? Is it worth sacrificing just a little bit to get what we need? To get other pieces? That's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. How much do y'all are y'all in love with Abdul Carter as a number 8 pick? If we should somehow manage to get him by some miracle, as opposed to Donovan. We've had success with Boston College players. I just want to put that out. In the form of Luke Kuechly. Just want to point that out. I mean, Mikael Williams is an interesting piece, too. There's always that 50-50 chance he sits down there at 18. You never know. I think it's worth the gamble. Look at all that we're getting out of this. Look, this is a pick 50. This is a pick 92. This is a 172. And 2 picks for next year. That's a nasty looking trade right there. And we could pull that off for a number 8. I say we risk the biscuit. What do y'all think? Let me know. Tell me something in chat. What do y'all think? Do we take the gamble? Do we roll the dice? I'm doing it. Saints always pick up our leftovers, bro. I'm telling you. They always do. Mikael Williams. Oh, we'd be idiots if we didn't pick Mikael Williams here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that worked out. That worked out beautifully. Wow. Are you serious? Oh my god, that was going to be my next move. We move down 9 spots. We pick up a 91, a 136, and a 210. What? Ravens, what are you doing? That's half your draft board. Good lord. I mean, I'm not trying to tell y'all how to draft, but God. Dang, that's ridiculous. Okay. The tackle I want is gone. Cameron Williams is still there. Let me find out what Josh does. Connor Lee Jr. Okay. Get this garbage off my screen. He ain't on the list. Yeah, he's not on the list. What does this dude do? I know he's an offensive tackle, but... What do you mean? What does this dude do? Offensive line. There he is. What are you? Oh, you're a left tackle. Okay, okay. Measurables are okay. Pass blocking. Not too bad. Not too bad. I think the only thing that people are really gonna be complaining about is his weight, because he's gonna be a little bit underweight for a tackle, which means if he's a little underweight, they're gonna push him around a little bit at the NFL level. Cameron Williams. Cameron Williams is a right tackle. From what I remember. Yep, he's a right tackle. It's not what I'm looking for. Chase Lunt might be an option. No. He's a right tackle. Emery. Oh, he's a running back. Okay. Big difference. Alright, cool. Right tackle. Alright, so he's not what we're looking for. We want a left. Jack Nelson seems to be what I'm looking for. So far. But I'm not a fan of those measurables. I think we might have to miss out on tackle this time around. Grant is still there. Yeah, Grant's still there. I'll tell you what. Let's push on... Dang it, man. They got all the good wide receivers. Noel's pretty good. I think given the choice, I'm still going to go with XR again. Unless I can get Tez. If I can get Tez, I'm golden. Oh, man, they reached... The Saints reached hard on Jack Beck. Oh, man. They reached hard. We haven't even hit pick 70 yet. And they're already picking him up. That's ridiculous. Come on, man. Yeah, I think we can sit on wide receiver for a minute. We can sit on Charles Grant for a minute, too. What is worth picking up here at 50? That's a good question, man. Henderson's a good running back. Do we? So to me, this probably might. Dang it, man. They messed up my entire flow here. Tell you what. Trey Harris is pretty good. Might be an upgrade. Battle tested. Nice numbers. Yeah. Good. Good. Decent blocking. Good hands. This dude is the next Jackson Smith-Njigba, huh? Now that's interesting. That's something worth exploring. Let me see some stats. Ooh, back-to-back 900-yard years. He's consistent. He's definitely consistent. He was able to repeat those same yardage after entering the transfer portal. Very interesting. And that's Louisiana Tech, by the way. The LT. You know what? I might take a chance here. I normally don't do this. I'm going to go Trey Harris. A 4th rounder and a 3rd rounder next year. Ooh. Tempting. What do you want, Eagles? What are you trying to do? Because all the people I'm looking for are down a little further. Yeah, see, none of these guys are guys I want. Yeah. So I don't know what you guys are hunting right now, but I'd be willing to move down a little bit. Let me look at Ozzy. Ooh. Now we're getting somewhere. Good measurables. Both the left and a right tackle. Interesting. Ooh. Mostly a pass blocker, but he can run block too. Okay. Okay. So this is your next Brady Christensen type right here. From what I'm understanding. Brady Christensen had better measurables. But I'll show you that. I'm going to show you Brady Christensen's. See, he had the 5.15. But look at the pass blocking and run blocking. And we got him round 3. Pick number 70. Right around this same area. Right around this same area, y'all. I'm just saying. I think I might be willing to take a shot at a guy like this. I might be willing to look up Anthony and Rollin and Mr. Holland here, just to be fair to him. That's a pretty good offer, though. Down to 64. Not really looking to draft anybody this high. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody I really want to push for 57. I'm being real with you. I think it's too early. There's a few pieces I want to get down here. But so let's kind of map this out a little bit, maybe. Let's take stock of what's down here. First of all, I'm looking to get Charles Grant. Charles Grant I'm going to pick up with 74. Tight end, we've already decided Mitchell Evans or Thomas Fedone second. No. Gadsden the second. Yeah. Gadsden the second is our tight end pick. We're picking him last. So, that's been decided. We got our wide receiver already. Noel Williams will be in this range somewhere. So will Stutzman. And so will a safety after that. At 140, 146 range. So, that leaves linebacker. Linebacker, I want Stutzman, so we've already decided that. Ruling everything else out. That leaves guard. That leaves offense tackle. Do we want to push Grant up, maybe to 74? So we could pick up Ozzy? I'd be willing to do that. Yeah, because Stutzman, Malachi, and safety position is here. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. We now have that option. If we take this offer, we move down to 64. We pick up a 134 and a round 3 next year. I mean, I like it. I like it, to be honest. That ensures we get Mitchell Evans. And I want Mitchell Evans. Let's see. Is there anything delaying me from getting this right here? Stopping me from doing it? Deone Walker, maybe. Deone Walker might. I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and take this trade offer. Let's do it. Wait. 61. Who was it? 60. Who was it? 61 that we saw. 1 second before we pull the trigger on this. I just want to be sure. Oh, Arroyo. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do it. Monroe, Alexander, Royals. Okay. Cool. Cool. Don't want it. Don't want it. No, thank you. Alright. Well, if we were to move into the third round, we would get a 104 and a 6th rounder. The door's cracked. The door's cracked on that. I'm not going to go for it, but the door's cracked on that offer. Because there is a lot in the 3rd and 4th rounds. I'm not going to lie to you. That's tempting. Oh. 1 second. Let me respond to a message real quick. Alright. Alright. Let's go. Ooh, Deone Walker. Deone Walker still sitting there at 64? Tempting. Should I pick him over Ty Robinson? Should I? Ooh. These are good temptations right here. This is a good board. I'm not in a hurry to make any of these picks right now. I'm really not. I could go ahead and get Arroyo right now. 74. 74, we decided was going to be Charles Grant, right? Yeah. Ozzy, I kind of want to push for 92, so that we get him. Trapillo. Stutzman, obviously. So Stutzman. We could double up and get oh man. I think Arroyo is a trap here. I think he is. I would like Arroyo, but I feel like it's a trap. You know, to keep me from getting the rest of what I want. Yeah, I think it is. So is Deion Walker. I'm going for Mitchell Evans. That's who I want. But if we get Mitchell Evans, that frees up that spot. You know what I'm saying? Because I was going to use that for 114, I think. And I was going to use do 130. No, 130 was supposed to be Stutzman. So 111 would be what? No Williams. Alright, so those two spots are locked up. But corner and linebacker right there. Now, 92. Is Ty Robinson. Alright, so those three spots are locked up. We know what we're doing with those three. 74 could be Charles Grant. So that spot's locked up. Malachi Moore or Jalen Reed are going to be sitting down here at 140, 146. We're picking them both up down there. Now, running back will be somewhere in there too. 143. We could use 134 and pick up Devin Neal. That's doable. We could do it. That's possible, guys. 163. I haven't exactly decided what I'm going to do with 163 yet. That's a good question, actually. If we want Mitchell Evans, we're going to need a pick between 114 and 134. Maybe I could move that 163 and 172 up and go get him. Is that possible? Would I be able to get a high enough pick with both of those? That's my question. Because I can't sacrifice the 140 or the 146. I could maybe sacrifice one of those, but I can't sacrifice both. So I'd probably move the 140 up. The 140 and... I'm trying to do some crazy work right now. Y'all sit tight. Sit tight. You go. If you're paying attention, you'll see what kind of magic I'm pulling here, man. You know. We're leaving a 134 alone, regardless. That ain't moving. The 140 and the 172. Yeah, the 172, because we're not doing anything with the 172. Could we get a high enough pick with that? I wonder. Alright. If I move the 64 down and I get something in this area here, you know, and I get another pick down here, I could move that as capital. You know what I'm saying? I could move that as capital in order to get something in between 114 and 134. That could be possible. That ensures I get Ozzy. That ensures I get everything else I'm looking for here. I see something here. Let me run down every position and see where I want to lock everything in at real quick. Devin Neal, we already know. It's going to be 134. Wide receiver, we already got. Tight end. I'm going for Mitchell Evans. That's what we're going to try to trade up for. Offensive tackle, Ozzy. I'm going to try to trade down, and I'm going to try to pick him up at 74. Guard, you got Charles Grant. He'll be picked up with whatever pick I move down to. Then Ty Robinson. We already got our edge rusher and Mikael Williams. Linebacker Stutzman will be sitting there. at either one, at probably either 111 or 114. One of those two. And the other one will be the safety. So, Malachi Moore, Jalen Reed, sitting here, one of these two picks will be that. Yeah. What's going on, Michael? How you doing, man? Welcome back to the stream. Appreciate you. It's been a while, man. Been a while. Yeah, we're going to be cranking up some mock drafts pretty soon, man. Hit the bell so you don't miss any of the new streams, bro. And be keeping an eye on Facebook group page, too, because I'll be announcing them as soon as I go live. So, just keep track of that, you know? Yeah. That pissed me off, though, that they got Jack Beck, man. I got Trey Harris instead, though. And then that kind of leaves 172 and 204 up in the air. Doesn't it? And we'll just see what's available, best available once we get down there. Yeah, I think that's the play here. Let's move that 64 down. See what we can get. Who wants to take that pick? Who wants it? Let me check Tankathon and see who might want that one. Full order. Let's see what we got here. Who has an extra? Yeah, I'd much rather trade with Seattle. Seattle's been good to us. Could we move it down to 82? That could work. $82, we can still get Charles Grant, yeah. Yeah, that could work. Ooh. Hold up. A 104? And then a 179? Hold the heck up. That might be exactly what I'm looking for. I could still move down again and then get a pick or two for next year. Along with a pick for this year. That could get interesting. You know what? 179. 179. We could move the 172 and the 179 up and get something nice. That's something we could do. With the 104 ensures I get null. Yeah. I like this move. Bond, Grant, Burke. Okay, cool. A 106 would be nice. I'm not excited for a 7th rounder. I'd like a 6th rounder for next year. That's nice. I'm not moving all the way down there, no. But that 2nd rounder sounds nice. I'm not gonna lie. That's tempting. But I'm not moving all the way down there. Ooh. For 2 spots. I could move the 2. Ugh. I could move the 7th rounder and the 6th rounder I acquired for a higher 6th rounder. That's a thing I could do. If I see something I really want to jump on. I'm not even sure what I would be able to do with a 106 just yet. Man. Pats, what are you after? I'm willing to make a deal. I'm willing. What are you hunting for? It depends. If I get a chance to screw over the Patriots, I'm going to take it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I love my opportunities to screw over the Patriots. Y'all don't even realize. Get an extra wide receiver out of that. Of course, Savion Williams is. Not a bad move, though. That's not a bad move, honestly. I'm taking it. Oh, Japo. Okay. That's who you were hunting, huh? For a 3rd rounder. Fascinating. Fascinating. Ah, man. Look at all these pieces still in play, man. Look at them all. This is a beautiful board. This might be the best board I've ever seen. Ooh, and Miles Frazier's still there? All we got to do is give up on Wyatt, and we get all of this. Just sacrifice a little bit of tackle and get Ozzy Trapillo, and we get all of this. Wow. This is, yeah. I don't see why we don't push it down to 90. I don't see a reason not to. No, they took Grant. They took Grant. They stole Grant. Wait. Yeah, they stole Grant. Oh, you clowns. I knew it. I knew this was too good to be true. I knew it, dude. I knew we gambled too much. Oh, no. Alright, well, we'll get Miles Frazier. Miles Frazier is solid. Let's just go ahead and go down the line then. Let's get it started. I'm not in a hurry to pick anything just yet. That's the thing. If I don't get Trapillo though, we might be in trouble. I don't want to reach that high, man. I don't. Oh, God, man. I don't want to do that. Alright, so if we go tight end here, we won't need to make that trade up. 74 would then go to that's a good question. Who would it go to? Because all of these are too early. Alright, but see, if I move this down to pick 90, and they go ahead and get, what happens if they go ahead and get Arroyo? And we go 90. So 90 would go to one of these guys. Ozzy, Ty Robinson. Both of the 90 and the 92 would go to them. Therefore, the 74 would then go to our offensive tackle, Trapillo. I may be willing to move down a little bit on that to make sure we pick him up, so it doesn't look like a reach. Stutzman would then be either 104 or 1. Would be 114 in the 110s range. Devin Neal at 134. Safety position at 140, 146. And then whatever have you after that. I think we covered every position, didn't we? Yeah. Seems like it. Oh, except for Miles Frazier. Miles Frazier would be right in here. Read it here somewhere. 111 to 114 range. So that's what I would get if I move down the 74. You see what I mean? And I like Miles Frazier. I think he's a solid guy. And I'll show you why I like Miles Frazier. Hold on. Let me show you why I like him. Look at the measurables. Very nice. He's a left/right guard. Multi-tool. Excellent pass blocking. Good run blocking at 72%. You compare him to Zavala and Marquise Hayes. But as you can see, they don't like his hands, you know, but they like everything else. But the hands aren't going to stop you from getting drafted high. That's the thing. And he performed well in the Senior Bowl, so... I think that's the move. Ferguson, Helm, Gildress, Williams, Jones. Okay, cool. So now, I'm willing to move this down. So I can pick up another 110 range pick here. And I'm not sure who has it. So let's see. I'm not sure who has one. Who has an extra that they're not doing anything with? Good question. I'm not seeing any repeats. Which is what I was hoping for. Okay. Miami has a later pick that round. Baltimore's got 2 picks down there, but that's not the one I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the 129. San Fran. San Fran might donate it. If we're lucky. San Fran at 113. I think that might be the move here. Let me see what I can get for... Okay. My tackle's still there. Good. Everything is still here. Now I want to keep it that way. For as long as I can keep it that way. Excellent. Alright. Alright. Am I sure I want to make this move, though? Oh, they gotta pick 100. Hold up. Let's do this again. They gotta pick 100. Ooh. Can I maybe ask for your... Would this be too much? Yeah, it's too much. Yeah. I figured as much. Let's try again. I want your 100. That's non-negotiable. Let's see. I'm offering too much. So maybe I could ask for... Man. All I want is that 100, man. I need that 100. That's the one I want. I don't. A third rounder? Would I ask? Ooh. I could possibly get a third rounder out of this? That's a lot of picks, man. Let me see if I don't want to rob San Francisco blind, man. That's the thing. I don't want to rob them blind. But I really need that pick 100 though. I have to have it. Tell you what. Those 5th rounders. What if I took one of those 5th rounders off? Would they still be cool with it? Let me try it again. Okay. Then a 6 next year. Yeah. That would be fine with me. If I could get a 4th out of that instead of the 5th and 6th. A 4th and 5th? Could I get a 4th and 5th? Now I'm being a little greedy. Now I'm being a little greedy. But let's see if it works. Just a tiny bit greedy. Obviously. I'll take that. And a 4th. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Look at this beautiful board right here. I like this. Yeah. I don't know quite what I want to do with the 160 yet, but we'll figure it out. This is beautiful. And how about a 6th on top of that? Yes. Because I can do a lot with a 6th. You got yourself a deal, San Fran. Just don't take my tackle. You never, Royo. That's fine. Let's go. Nice trade. Nice trade. Oh, that worked out perfectly. Look at these offers. These are garbage. This is what I want. Now we start player hunting. Let's go. It's time. It's time. It's about that time. Let's go get Ozzy. I don't care what they grade me on that one. I know what I'm getting. Nope. I know exactly what I'm getting with Trapillo. Let's go. Alright. Next piece. Yeah. Next piece of the puzzle. Let's go. So we got our tackle. Deone Walker's tempting, man. Deone Walker is tempting. But y'all already know who I'm settled on. I want Ty. So far, so good. So far, so good. Look at them. They're trying to get... They're trying to get me to trade into next year's draft. Not gonna work. I know what I want. And this is a bonus pick. Alright, so we got Mitchell Evans. I'm going for him. I'm going for Miles Frazier. And I want Stutzman. As well as Noah Williams here. Those are going to be my next four. Now, which one of these guys is going to go first? Which one will not make it? Which one of these guys will not make it through this next 3 picks? These next 6 picks. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who is going to reach? And for which player? I don't think they're going to reach for any of the ones I want. I know they're not going to reach for Stutzman. We could rule him out. Noah Williams, they might. I doubt it. Would they reach for Miles Frazier? Possibly. Jared Wilson's there, but let's see what we're doing with. He's a center. Y'all wanted some center help. There you go. But this is all he does. Zach Frazier. Okay. Ooh, man. And he's from North Carolina? Tempting. Very tempting. You know, you got me rethinking this pick right here. Hold up now. But see, Miles Frazier does left and right guard. That's the thing. What does Fairchild do? Let me see about Fairchild. He only does left guard. And see, those measurements are decent, but not really what we're looking for. And that's another Chandler Zavala, basically. And while there's nothing wrong with that on your depth chart, you need to improve. Zavala was not it. That frees up Cade Mays, should we happen to re-sign him, to move to right guard. But with Miles Frazier, we saw both the guard depth problems, which pretty much locked Cade Mays into right guard / center, which is right where he should be. He would be allowed to do both. That's a tough call. If we don't pick Jared Wilson here, we'll never see him again. Don't we have a bonus pick? We have a bonus pick. Let's get him. Let's go ahead and get him. I don't want him going off the board to somebody else. Alright, now we start digging into the 100s range. And we've got Noah Williams. So probably be a reach. We've got Mitchell Evans. That'll probably be looking like a little bit of a reach as well. But the talent is there. We do also have Stutzman. So this is getting really interesting. I've never been in this scenario before. And we've also got Devin Neal working, at 134. So, I have a very big opportunity here. Pick up something really nice. But I cannot miss on the essentials. So, I'm thinking somebody's going to try to reach on Mitchell Evans. I'm going to go ahead and grab him. Oh, they reached on Devin Neal. I knew it. Bro, I knew somebody was going to get reached on. I knew it. I knew it. What'd I tell y'all? That's why I hunt these guys this early. Because you never know. Alright. Stutzman's going to be the last one to get reached on. I know that. I did good. I did good, man. I did good. I got my guy. Okay, so running back. I'm not in a hurry for that. Trevor Etienne still on the board. You still got Rashard Smith. You still got Sanders down here and Taj Brooks. You're not in a hurry here. You got a huge safety net. So what I'm thinking is 1, 2, 3, 4 spots. 4 spots available. One of them belongs to Stutzman. One of them belongs to Miles Frazier. One of them belongs to Noel Williams too. So that leaves one spot open. And I'm not planning on getting a safety just yet. So, I'm planning on waiting for Malachi Moore and Jalen Reed. I'm not even looking at these guys just yet. Because I haven't been in any scenarios where I've had an opportunity to look at these guys. So there's no reason to look at them yet. This could be an opportunity to double up at wide receiver. I'd love to have Barrett Carter. I know our management is allergic to Clemson players, though. That's the problem. They don't like them. I don't get it. But for some reason, they don't. So, I mean, I'm trying to play this as smartly as I can, you know, taking that into consideration. But, I mean, Barrett Carter could be your field general. He really could. He's smart, athletic, and a very, very good tackler. And very aware of what plays are going on. We do need the help at linebacker, man. We do. But I see Tez, man. I see... Tez is tempting. Tez and Savion, man. They're just sitting there working, man. So is Kyle Kennard. I'm kind of leaning away from Kyle Kennard. And I'll show you why. Yeah, he does have 11.5 sacks. Yeah, he does have 3 forced fumbles. The numbers look good. The measurables look okay. You know. But I mean, if you're looking for a comparison player, you're not going to find one that match it up with him. The tackling is 75%. The run defense is 80. You know, versus what we've been seeing with 90. You know, so They don't like his weight. His hands and his arm span aren't exciting. And his bench press isn't the best either. So the measurables aren't that spectacular. But he does have 11.5 sacks. And again, we have dived into the cookie jar of South Carolina, and we've come out with some really nice chocolate chip cookies. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not impossible for us to go after him, but for me to go after a guy like that, Someone might try to reach on Miles Frazier, I think. I just have that feeling. I got a feeling he won't be there, man. By the time we pick again, he will not be there. But if I don't take Barrett Carter here, he's gone. That's my dilemma. Yeah, you do have Tez as well. Tez will be gone too. So. This is a tough one. I see the temptation of wide receiver at this point because I wasn't satisfied with the fact that I had to pick Trey Harris when Jack Beck was gone. And Tez Johnson is a very, very excellent choice to help out with that. But we also need a lot of linebacker help. And Barrett Carter could be the answer to a lot of our problems. Double him up with Stutzman, and you got a winning linebacker core. You know what I mean? And I think that's what I would like to do. I'm going against my better judgment here. I'm going Carter. Let's see what they take. Colby, Phillips, Williams, Biggs. Okay. They did not take who I thought they would take. We took a chance and we won. That does not always happen. So. Alright, we're going to go in order of Miles Frazier. Did I already get... Yeah, I already got Mitchell. So in that case, we are looking at... no Williams, right? We have 2 more spots before the... That's right. They took Devin Neal. So 134 is now available. So the 134 would then go to probably Trevor Etienne. I'm going to put that in the hands of Trevor Etienne. Yep. That's what I'm going to do. Alright. No Williams. Down 2 picks and I get a third and a sixth? Interesting. Ooh. Dolphins, you got my attention. You got my attention. Who y'all going for? Hey, what's up? Shout out to Olivia. How you doing? All right. So now I don't think going down 2 spots is gonna kill us on Stutzman. I don't think it would. I'm gonna take that. Yeah, I figured they weren't going for it. How am I doing? I'm doing good. How about yourself? Doing good, doing good. Just putting in some work, you know what I mean? With these mock drafts. Go and get Mr. Stutzman. I know I got a C grade for that, but, you know, somebody was bound to reach on him. Seattle? You have my attention. Down 3 spots, huh? And honestly, I plan on getting a running back here, so why not? Trevor Etienne is my target. So, you want me to go down like 3 spots, right? Yeah, deal. I don't think that's going to stop me from getting him. Nah, not at all. Ooh, a round 2 for next year. Cardinals. Arizona, y'all cooking, man. Y'all cooking with that offer right there. Oh, I'm tempted, man. I'm very tempted. I do like Sanders. And I do like Taj Brooks. And Rashard Smith would still be on the board for me. I know this is a reach, but if I don't grab him now, somebody else will. Trevor Etienne. And I know the other pieces that I want are still going to be on the board. I already know they are. Yep. It is safety time here. It is time to draft a safety. Now, who is still there at edge? Rusher. Nobody I'm interested in. Okay. What else we got on the board? Tight end. I mean, I'm not hunting a tight end anymore. Yeah, I'm not really hunting a tight end anymore. Wide receiver, Ty Felton. Last chance to dance on a wide receiver here. Should I leave that alone? I feel like I should leave that alone. I feel like I should leave Ty alone. I feel like we've gotten our guy. In Trey Harris. I feel like we did. I'll take that sacrifice, I think. Savion Jones is interesting. Do I really want to risk the biscuit here? I could have both of these safeties right now. I could do that right now. 140 or 146. And I think that's a smart move right now. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I cannot sacrifice both safeties for that. Second, a fourth, and a sixth. I realize that they're going to give me a C for that, and I don't care. I do not care. No, I'm not looking for more picks. Stop it. Look at all these pieces, bro. 146, 160. And it still keeps going. Look at all these. Oh, my goodness. The damage I could do with all of this? Are you kidding me? Oh, Jack Nelson's on the list. We're getting Jack. Ooh. 210. 210. I don't know that anyone's going to reach on him. Are they? On Gadsden? They might. They might. That's why we got to be careful. I think this pick we go best available. Ooh, we could get a defensive tackle in Caldwell. I like that. I like that. We could always use more help with defensive end. I think Rucker. Maybe. Who's still available? Nobody I'm really hunting at the moment. I say Ty Felton too. Let's get Ty. Yeah. Ty's a good pick. Ty's an excellent pick. Yeah. And I want this tight end before anybody else can get their hands on him. I don't trust this board. I don't care that it's a C grade. I don't want anybody else touching him. Okay, they can have Zach Frazier, that's fine. We got what we wanted. We got Miles Frazier. Miles Frazier is the one I was hunting for. So, we got what we wanted, man. Alright. Are they gonna go... Is Caldwell still there? Nah. They took Caldwell. Oh, bother. What is still here? Dang it. I hate my brain sometimes, I'm telling you. uh, um... How do y'all feel about doing Gabriel? I know we haven't messed with quarterbacks that much. You know what? I see Fortune. And I kind of want to mess with him. Oh, what's still there at linebacker? You know what? Since he is 2-0 something, right? Yeah. I'm not in a hurry. Let's maybe see about... How about Fortune here? Oh, I got a D plus for that? What? Nah. Sorry, but nah. Y'all can grade me whatever you want. I've already got enough of my pieces that I wanted anyway. Cam Jackson, Ty Hamilton. Both are there. I know who I like, man. I know who I like. I'm gonna get Jack. I want some offensive line help. Dylan Gabriel somehow still there, I'll grab him. Nah. They got him. All right, whatever. I'm not looking for a quarterback at this point. It's fine. I'll take best available. Nope. Running backs. Take Phil Maffa down there. Dillinger, nah, pass. Jay Higgins, maybe. I would take Ty Hamilton. Ty Hamilton looks fun. And then you got Rucker here. Okay. Let's recap. How many defensive ends have I taken, and how many defensive tackles have I taken? Who did I grab? Ty Robinson, right? Ty Robinson, and who was my first pick? Mikael Williams. Okay. Did I take any cents? No. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Ty Hamilton's sitting there. And I also like Rucker. How long until I pick? Okay. 16 picks. Got you. I mean, I like Ethan Downs as well. So if Rucker is not there by the time we pick again, move. Yeah, I figured. Give me Ethan Downs then. Rucker or Ethan Downs. Let's see. Give me Rucker. Alright. There you go. There is your mock. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a lot of picks. But we covered all our bases. We got all our depth with those moves. And it was the right players, you know? Yeah, we went a bit hard with it, but I think that was the right moves to make on that mock. Cool. Oh my god, that was insane. How many picks is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 20 picks, y'all. 20 picks. Jeez. Did I count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10. 15. 18 picks. 18 picks. God bless. That is insane. And look at all of this weaponry that we got. That is nuts, dude. We got an edge in Mikael Williams. We got a wide receiver in Trey Harris. We got an offensive tackle in Ozzy Trapillo. We got a defensive tackle in Ty Robinson. We got a guard in Jared Wilson. We got a tight end in Mitchell Evans. We got a linebacker in Barrett Carter. That was a bonus pick. We got a guard in Miles Frazier. We got a corner in Noel Williams. We got a linebacker doubling up in Danny Stutzman coverage wise. We got a running back in Trevor Etienne. We got a safety in Malachi Moore. We got another safety in Jalen Reed. We got a wide receiver in Ty Felton. A tight end in Gradson II. A corner in Fortune to back him up. Jack Nelson at tackle. Ty Hamilton at defensive tackle. And an edge rusher in Rucker. I mean, this is just nasty what I was able to do in this draft. This is nasty. This is unfair. This is just straight up unfair. Look at the results. I made a bunch of trades, but they were good, smart trades. First of all, I got us into the sixth round with 2 7s. One from this year and one from next year. Secondly, I traded my pick 8 for an 18. I got a pick 50, a pick 92, and a 172. Then, I traded my 57 pick down. A 134 and a round 3 next year. So then I moved the 64 down 3 spots, and I got a 104, a 179. And then I moved that 67 down again to 69. I got a 106, a 220, and a round 6. And then the Rams wanted me to move that down to pick 90. So I did. And I got a round 3 next year. Went ahead and picked my players. Traded that 74 down to a 100. Picked up a 113 and a 160. Then I moved my 114 down to 116. And I picked up a 3rd round and a 6th round next year. And finally, I moved 134 down to a 137 and picked up a round 5. So let's review what picks we received for next year out of this. We got a 3rd round, a 6th round, another 3rd, another 3rd, so that's 3 3rd rounders, another 6th, and a 5th. That is insane. I mean, for the talent that we received out of this, yeah. I'd say I won. I would say I definitely won. Gradson is an excellent 3rd string tight end for us. Jack Nelson is depth help. Yeah. I like it. So let's take a look at that top 5. The top 10 again. And I'm going to show you guys something. Look at this. Number 2, Jalal Walker goes to the Browns. Warren Jaw, the Browns are going to go hunting for one of our players. They could. And look at this. Jaguars consistently drafting Mason Graham. They got him again, y'all. Every single mock draft, this dude goes number 5. Every single one. Consistently. This is now how many mock drafts that I've done so far? Every single one of them. He's got about 5. Now, I traded down with the Seahawks. They went for McMillan. Guess who picks up Abdul Carter? The Saints. They're that dog underneath the table, man. I'm telling you. They're looking for table scraps. And they found it this time. You can't let them find it. You can't let them find it, bro. I'm telling you. Man. And look at Starks going to 17 right before we pick. Look at that. Watch them Bengals, man. Watch them Bengals. Buccaneers got Mike Green. Look at that. Look at that. That's why you can't trust none of them teams around us, man. You can't trust none of them. Mike Green has been on everybody's mock draft boards. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's an interesting pickup for the Chiefs. They got a guard. Let's see. Higgins goes Raiders. Nick Imawari goes to the Patriots again. Ugh, excuse me. That's a pattern now. Nick Imawari is going for the Patriots. Jack Beck to the Saints. Blech. Don't like that. That's my wide receiver target right there. Don't like that at all. So then that forces me to have to pick up another wide receiver, which was Trey Harris. Moving right along. Yeah, exactly. They got Abdul Carter and Jack Beck. 2 pieces off my board. That pisses me off. Screw you, Saint. XR goes to the Cardinals. That's a notable one. Jalen Noel goes to the Broncos. But I'm happy with this offensive tackle pickup right here. Now, what I want to know is who picked up my guy, man, at tackle. Where is he at? Who reached for this dude, man? The Giants reached for him at 65. Ouch. Ouch. That's not what I want to see, man. What happened to Wyatt, by the way? Where'd Wyatt go? The Dolphins? For real? 2 picks before me. Wow. Wow. And the Falcons got Jackson Dart. Now see, I'm not gonna say anything more than that on Jackson Dart. Nope. Not gonna say anything. My team chat knows exactly what I'm thinking. I ain't gonna say nothing though. I got Noah Williams, got Miles Frazier, got Stutzman. I see all that talent go off the board, and I'm like, yep, go ahead. Take them all. Take them all. Because you already knew I was going for Etienne. And Malachi Moore sitting right there. Give me Jalen Reed. Yep. All that talent can go off the board. I don't care. I don't care. Ty Felton. Yep. I mean, I was going to go for Caldwell next. I was going to go for Caldwell. They got him from me. That's alright. I went for Fortune, and I made it worth it. Got Jack Nelson. Happy with that. See, Saints with a safety. Okay. Joshua Gray. The Rams. Dillinger. At this point, I was just hunting for what I wanted. Defensive tackle Tennessee. Okay. And Taj Brooks was the last one. Are you... What? Get the heck out of here. Taj Brooks gets taken by the Chiefs. No way. Oh, God. Count on the Chiefs to actually pick up good players, man. Cody Simon, a linebacker from Ohio State. Really? Wow. Chiefs ain't playing, I'm telling y'all. They got Jay Jonah. See what else they got. Lathan Ransom goes to the Eagles. Okay. Jalen Royals, gotcha. Okay. That's a decent choice considering what was on the board. Tyler Booker, guard from Alabama. Okay. That's a decent draft for the Chiefs, though. That's a decent mock draft. But there you go. Let me do. So that too. Team chat for them to analyze. All right. All right. I got maybe one more in me. And then I gotta call it a night. I got one more in me, y'all. Told you I'm gonna go hard, man. It's the start of April, man. It's the start of April. We go hard on this channel in April. Alright, we're in the 6th round now. And let's begin. There goes Abdul Carter. As predicted, there goes Graham. Yep. That board went exactly like I thought it would. What would I do with 22? Right. That's not the offer I'm looking for. I'm going to go ahead and take Jelon Walker here. That's not what I'm hunting for. I'm only looking at teams that want to offer me something. I'm not going to start up an offer. I want to be in the driver's seat. I want to know what these teams want from me. You know what I mean? What are you prepared to give me in order to get what you want? No, the Seahawks got back again. Oh, God. Y'all really got to stop reaching on back, dude. It's like these teams know, dude. These teams know. We got scouts watching our VODs, don't we? That's gotta be what's going on. Bro, there's no way that the AI predicts this every single time where Beck just goes before I draft at 57. There's gotta be scouts watching the VODs. That's unreal. Wow, dude. Nah. No. Nope, 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 nope. I want... Oh, God. Let's see, Wyatt. There he is. He's a solid left tackle. This is a dude I don't want to miss on if I get an opportunity. Dang it, man. They figured out Jack Beck, man. They figured him out. That's frustrating. Okay. You know what? Wyatt. Y'all force my hand right now. Y'all force my hand. Alright. He's still available. Interesting. Defensive tackle. Still going for Ty, of course. I kind of settled into a little bit of a rhythm here. I knew it. I knew they were going to go for him. That's why I'm going. I see Jared Wilson. I see Jared Wilson. I'm thinking about it, man. We really could use the guard depth help. However, if we don't get Ty Robinson here, we're going to regret it. Yeah. If we don't get Ty here, we're going to regret it. I had to make the move. Did they seriously reach on Noel Williams? They did. Oh, you cheeky clowns. Are you kidding me, bro? That was my corner choice, bro. There's no way. Alright. Okay, since y'all want to play that little game. Since y'all want to do that. I'm going to get a little bit crazy with this. Since this option, I'm going to get a little bit mean on this one. You're going to wish you hadn't done that. Dang it, man. That was my one. Darn you. There is still Fortune later on. I can get Fortune. At 198. I can get him at 163. If I choose to do that, then the pick here is Jared Wilson, I think. Yeah, I could go Devin Neal, but I don't want to. I'm going to steal your offensive guard. See how y'all like that. $114. Y'all took Stutzman too? Alright, Barrett Carter it is. Since y'all didn't want Barrett Carter, I'm taking him. Watch this. Y'all want to put me in a position on this draft. I'm going to start taking y'all stuff. Dude, seriously, Tonka? No way did they just pick up Tonka. Y'all are crazy. Alright, 140. Let's see. Oh, you know I gotta go Devin Neal here. This, bro. This ain't even a competition at this point. Oh, y'all made a mistake. Y'all made a mistake. This pick is obvious. It's Devin Neal. Get wrecked. You want to take away my options, I'm going to take away yours. Watch this. Ooh. I got to... Malachi's sitting here. So is Jalen Reed. Oh, man. I guess I'll grab whichever one they don't grab. That's where I'm at. And corner, I'm going for Fortune. Yeah, I think that's got to be the move here. Oof. Please leave him alone. Please leave him alone. Please don't touch the safeties. Please don't touch the safeties. Oh, thank God. Oh, no, they got Fortune. This board is not going my direction at all. And I do not like it. Okay. In that case, we're probably going to have to go Huzzy on this one. Elijah Huzzy. Let me see. Let's do some. Oh, there he is. I see him. 1 interception, 8 pass deflections, 40 tackles. Okay. Terrible measurables. Can't tackle. And he's basically the next version of at least Jalen Smith's got a 73% in tackling. This is garbage. Alright, y'all gotta give me something down here, man. Jabbar Muhammad. There he is. No interceptions, 12 pass deflections, 41 tackles. More garbage. Nope. Don't like it. Damari Harris. Okay, let's be fair to Mr. Bryant. Let's be fair to Mr. Bryant. I like the spelling of his name too. 4 interceptions. Let's see. 7 pass deflections, 37. Outside zone. Measurables aren't that great, but the percentages look good. Okay. Mario Goodrich, Clemson, Terrion Arnold, Monte Taylor. He's an outside zone, though. See, that's not what we're looking for, though. That's not the type of corner we're looking for. He doesn't play man. That's the thing. Boy. Oh, shoot. I might be in a situation here, y'all. They put me in a heck of a situation. Alright. Jalen Smith, I guess. I'll check out Mello. Let me see Mello. Five interceptions. Pass deflections, 49 tackles, 39 solo, not bad. Outside zone, okay, better numbers, better measurables. He can't tackle well. Cam Hart. Okay, and Lassiter. I think there might be something here. But again, He doesn't play man coverage defense, though. Hey, y'all really put me in a spot. Upton Stout. Let's see, Upton Stout. This is where I start finding the hidden gems right here. Man zone for... Hey, there we go. There we go. Now we got a little something something I could work with. Let's see. He's more of a run defender. 74% in coverage. It's not the best out there, but that's not better than the rest of these guys. I'll say that. Jamari Harris. Is it? Let me make sure I'm spelling that name right. Jamari Harris. Okay. There it is. There was an R in there. 3 interceptions, 60 yards off of that. 7 pass deflections, 27 tackles, 19 of them solo. Another outside zone corner. Can't tackle. Nope. Not interested. Alright. Justin Whaley. Justin Whaley, tell me about you. Minnesota, right? Alright. 2 interceptions. Took him to the house. Okay. 10 pass deflections, 42 tackles, 25. Okay. Another zone guy. Can't tackle. Hey. We're just... Robert Longerbeam. What a last name. Longerbeam. 2 interceptions. 11 pass deflections, 43 tackles, 25 solo. Outside man press. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's what we're looking for. And a 51 in tackling. Ouch. Oh, we were so close. We were right there. We were right there, y'all. We were right there. Everything looks good except for that 51%. Dang it. Okay. Don't give up. There's more. Ventral Cypress. Ventral. God, these names get weirder every year. 5 pass deflections, 27 total tackles, 18 solo. It's like, man. Decent measurables. 79 tackling. But he can't cover well. He's basically Barnes all over again. Something just tells me don't give up. Don't give up yet. Bilal Cone. That is the weirdest spelling of that last name I've ever seen. 1 interception, 8 pass deflections, 70 total tackles, 45 solo. Western Michigan. Nah. Not what we want. Nope. Brandon Adams. Okay. Two picks. Okay. Okay. Good tackling, but the rest of it's garbage. He's basically Josh Jobe. Nope. Shamari. Now you're getting into the 300 range. Ouch. This is bad. Okay. I think I might have to take Kobe Bryant here. I think I might. But if I take him, I miss out on a decent safety. That's a terrible decision to make right there. Oh, boy. Crap. But if I get the right safety, he can help out at corner. And also Gadsden's coming up. So I don't want to miss out on that either. Shoot. Mitchell Evans is sitting there too. Oh my god. The 163 pick sucks. This decision. I hate this, man. I hate it. But we've got to have corner help too. That's the only good option. Oh, darn you. Whichever team stole. Who got 4-2? The Jets? Seriously? Screw you, Jets. Wow. You don't even know what to do with him anyway. Oh my god. And we can't trade it down either. That's the problem. Ugh. No. This is where I would start trading next year's picks to try to get something. Yeah. This is... We need to move a 6th. We need to move a 6th. And a 7th for this. I've got to have my tight end. Boy. We are in a pickle. This is where these garbage rounds come in handy. Alright, now if I can move up properly with that 6th and 7th, I can make sure that we get Gadsden at tight end. And I would pick safety at 163 at that point. 204 would belong. And I hate to do this, probably Jalen Smith. Because God, man. The rest, you would end up getting like a zone corner, man. You would end up getting a zone corner. No matter what you do. And that doesn't help us. You'd be better off picking up a free agent at that point. That's not cool, dude. God, the Jets really screwed us, man. Alright, I'm going to move that 6 and 7 and see what I can get. Here goes nothing, right? What teams still have a pick at this point? The Rams. Cleveland might be able to help us. We need something in between a 163 and a 204. Philly's got a bunch of picks. So does Dallas. Dallas might be the way to go. They got a lot of picks, man. Let me see about Dallas. We're not getting that one. $174 is out of reach. Nope. It ain't happening. We are going to have to go with how about the Rams? Nope. Let's try 195. $195 is too much as well. Dang it. Boy, they're trying to cripple us, man. So we can't get anything past 195, huh? Okay. Cleveland, you're up. Oh no, they're 192, aren't they? Okay, yeah, so that went to Minnesota. That went to Houston. Detroit. KC, got you. Okay, Philly. Rams already moved their pick. They're not looking to move again. Seattle? It's risky. Nope, they already moved their pick too. Oh, you rotten. God dang it, man. Chargers, 199. Chargers at 199. Yeah, 199. That's the one. Maybe I could go 197. Who has the one? Okay, so it's in between the 199 and the 194. Rams, let's try again. Nope. Okay, it's Detroit, let's try them. $196. Okay. I'd be willing to do 196. $196 would ensure that we managed to get Mr. Bryant here. We'd have to dig deep for a safety, but we could probably find one. Possibly. But then there's Gadsden. So I'd be willing to sit on a tight end situation because of this. Only once. That's the best I'm going to get. Done. Okay, Detroit, you got a deal. Why are you not letting me do this? I don't like you. Let me trade, man. God dang it. They're not going to let me do it, man. They're not going to let me do it. Oh, that's dirty, man. These teams doing me dirty, man. What the heck? Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much, man. I'm going to have to give up on something, man. Something's going to have to give here. Screw it. Malachi Moore. I'm going to have to hope to God. Yep, corner's gone. We're going to have to go Jalen Smith. They took my tight end too. Oh my God. We need a corner more than we need a tight end at this point. Frick. Thieves. Unbelievable. I'll take Luke Lackey. Screw it. These teams screwed us out of a corner. Looks like we're going to have to go shopping. Dang it, man. That does not make me happy. When it comes to this mock. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. They took all my good corners, man. Dang it. Freaking straight thieves, bro. They doggone pulled an Aladdin on me, bro. Trying to tell you. They pulled some Robin Hood stuff on me. See, that's why you don't go for Devin Neal. That is a trap. I've been trying to tell y'all. Devin Neal is a trap. They took my linebacker. They took my corner. You animals. They took my wide receiver. Ow. Wow. I straight up had to go for bare bones on this one, y'all. I got Jelon Walker, I got Wyatt, I got offensive tackle, I got defensive tackle, I got guard, I got linebacker, I got running back, I got wide receiver, I got safety, and I got a tight end. Best I can do. Now I want to know what teams actually stole my players. Give me a second here. Dual Carter at number 2. Mason Graham at number 5 again. Nothing new there. And look at the Saints picking up Mike Green. I told y'all. There they are again. Mikael Williams going to the Cardinals. Ha! Cardinals screwed over the Bengals. And there's Donovan at 18. What'd I tell y'all, man? Y'all remember where this dude was sitting at last time when I picked him up? 18. Tyler Warren. Y'all been talking about Tyler Warren all for the past month. Goes to the Buccaneers. Kenneth Grant goes to the Broncos. See, I didn't know Kenneth Grant was still there, man. Nick Emenwari goes to the Vikings. Starks to the Chiefs. Dart to the Raiders. Jack Beck goes to the Seahawks. And to make things even worse, there goes Noel to the Chargers at 55. So I have to go offensive tackle at this point. Just to compensate. That's not a fun pick for me. The Chiefs got... Wow. The Chiefs got Grant. The cheating Chiefs got Grant. Okay. Thank God Ty Robinson was still there. That's all I can tell you. And I had to grab him before somebody stole him too. Oh boy. You mean to tell me the Seahawks got Jack Beck and Noel Williams? Seattle, we gotta talk. Seattle, we gotta talk, man. Yeah, no. That's not cool. That's not cool. Oh my God. That's wild. That's messed up, man. And I took Devin Neal just to spite everybody. Just because y'all keep stealing my people, man. Oh, wow. What a garbage mock draft, dude. What a garbage one. And they got Raheem Sanders too? Nuh-uh. And the Cowboys got Mitchell Evans? Oh my God. The Browns got Jalen Reed. Really, Cleveland? You don't even know what to do with Jalen Reed. You don't even know what you're doing with this dude. Why would you pick him up? Oh, God. That's disgusting. Alright, Luke Lackey. Luke Lackey happened to be my last pick. Now, I want to know where... There's one player in particular I'm still looking for. Where's he at? Who got him? Who took him? No, it wasn't Jake. Somebody reached. 100% they reached. Where is he? That's 87. There ain't no way you went up that high. Where is he? Terrence Ferguson. Okay. He's still... Gatson. Ah, the Bills got him. Oh, the Bills got him. Ew. That is not what I want. At all. That was a garbage draft. Mock draft right there. That was a garbage one right there. But I got everything but corner and quarterback. Still had to trade into the 6th round to do it, but you know, it is what it is. Bless, that was awful. You know I had to say that. You know I had to. Ain't no freaking way, dude. I still got Devin Neal. Ha ha ha. Screw you. Anyway. Yeah. So that'll probably do it for this one. That was a fun adventure. But since nobody walked in with any mock drafts for this week, that's why I'm chopping it here. But we'll be doing a stream on Wednesday for mocks, and potentially Thursday. I'm taking Friday off. I've got plans on Saturday, so potentially Sunday would be the next one. And then mock draft Monday. As far as mock drafts streams go. I do tentatively want to find out how many people are interested in watching me do a fantasy baseball mock draft. Is anyone interested in that? Because I may do like a short stream tomorrow night for that. For the mock draft, and then possibly we might do some mock drafting after that baseball fantasy draft, or video games, whatever you guys want. So I'm trying to gauge interest at this point just to see who's interested in what, so. But the mock drafts are essential for April, so. And as far as the Brandt Tillis press conference, we'll be doing a reaction to that Wednesday. Thursday, I'm not entirely sure if we're doing a stream or not. We'll see. I will let you guys know. Be sure to look out for those posts on Facebook, on the group page. For the official announcement of when I go live. It will be in the evenings. Be looking for that. And if anyone wants to lock in an early morning mock draft, let me know. For during the week. I'd be willing to do 1 or 2 of those this month. I'm not going to push more than that, but again, locking in means 7 whole rounds, so you're in for 7 whole rounds. If you don't make your pick within a certain amount of time, meaning you are AFK away from the chat for a certain amount of time during picks, then without letting me know what's going on, then I will make the pick for you or the trade for you. But yeah, 7 whole rounds. Let me know. Lock in. Give me a date. Give me a stream time. And I'll see what I can do. Y'all got to reach out to me. It's on my schedule, so y'all got to reach out to me. Let me know what days and times you would like. Again, I'll let you guys know what days I'm streaming during the week. But it's on you to let me know what day or time you want to lock in at. I can't guarantee what time I'm going to be starting streaming, but for those mock drafts, but I can guarantee you what days I will be streaming. So, when I do lock them in, then you guys need to reach out to me if you want to lock in one. And we'll do that from that point on. And it has to be after 5 in the evening, because I've got stuff going on before then. If you want to schedule a morning one, you got to let me know. Early. Early bird gets the worm, man. We're only doing 2 or 3 of those this month. And then that's it. I'm not going to go ham with it. Because I do have other things to do. So. That's how that's going to work. Hope you guys enjoyed these mock streams, draft streams. If you did, do me a favor and hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment. down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding it out. All caps for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, scheduling for the channel, and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. If you would like to get your hands on an intro like this, if you're a content creator, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. Tell her that I sent you, and she'll hook you up. Fair pricing, awesome to work with, and just an all-around awesome person in general. Find her by searching her last name first, Ty, T-A-I, Lindara, L-I-N-D-A-R-A, and she'll help you out. She does videos, panels, etc. for content creation. Lindara Ty on Instagram. Alright, guys. Thank you guys so much. Let me do some quick shout outs in chat. Lock Poppy, Broski Bear. You know I'm gonna shout you out anyway, no matter how salty you make me, or how much smoke I throw at you. But yeah, Broski, man, nothing but love here, man. Nothing personal, man. You know, you came in here with trash talking. I'm gonna throw some trash talking back at you. That's how we work. You know, that's how it works. But you know, Heat 3. Shout out to you. Michael Tillman, finally back in chat again. Welcome back. Loved having you back. And shout out to Olivia. Alright, that'll do it. Thank you guys so much. If you're wondering what plans I have tentatively on Saturday, it is for the Clemson spring game. So I'm going to try to make it up there for that. If I am able to. So, thank you guys so much for your support. Thank you for all the new likes. Thank you for all the new follows. Thank you for all the new subscribers. We have now reached, 12,000 followers on Facebook. 12,000. That's insane. You know, and 13,000. 13,000. I was wrong. 13,000 members. Holy bananas. That's... wow. Y'all are crazy. 13,000 Facebook members. Y'all, that's hard work right there. That's dedication and hard work. And that's you guys sticking by me and being loyal, you know? And that really means a heck of a lot, man. That means I'm doing something right. When that many people stick around. And I realize that some of those are bots, you know. I get it. You know, and some of them are fair weather. You know. But that's crazy though. 13,000. And some of y'all are from different countries too. That's crazy. Thank you so much, man. Bottom of my heart, man. Thank you. That's huge right there. That's huge. And we got there together, you know? We got there together. So, it's one big family, man. Thank you so much. And one love, man. One love. One love, everybody. One love. All the content creators, all the fans in this fan base, all the people that support me and rock with me, all the people that rock with all them. It's one love, man. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. And especially to the Panthers management, man, and people from the organization that pay attention to what we do. You know, thank you. Y'all are why we do what we do. Y'all are why I have a team chat and why we do what we do. It's for you. We put in all this hard work for you. And we do it for free. For you. That's how much we love this organization, man. That's how much we love y'all. We wouldn't be doing this if we didn't love y'all. As much as we do. So, thank you. Thank you. And believe me, I am not taking this platform lightly. And this ability to do what I do lightly. The things that I say matter. You know? And the things that y'all say matter to me. So believe me, I don't take any of this lightly. I take it straight to heart, man. Stay happy, healthy, and well.
Back.
And we're gonna light it up, man. We're gonna light it up as we continue this path forward to improving this team, man. We're lighting it up. Peace.